Hello, everyone, and welcome. I know it's been forever. We missed a week. We had such a nice little streak going, but last week there unfortunately was no High Roller Super Millions. That had everything to do with the server issues they had on the Sunday, so that's why the tournament didn't happen. And if the tournament doesn't happen, we didn't have a final table. But we are back, and it's going to be an awesome Tuesday night for me. Wednesday morning for my good friend Nana Noko. Nana, have you missed me? 2 weeks, mate. 2 weeks.
I really did, to be honest, because, like, I had a flow. I knew, like, oh, this is the day that I'm going to go do the commentary and stuff like that. But after we had that 1 week off, I just actually kind of forgot that this today was a day. I was like, oh, yeah, I got to do this later today. Things are different, but we're back in the routine. We got another lineup. Obviously, Sick Crushers are back here again. We got some final table. We got our little bet on the side to do, too, right? So this is back. I hope you're ready. And you're back from your Sweden trip or whatever too.
Yeah, well, I was already back from that last week. I didn't spend a month in Sweden. That was just a one time. Mate, even the last episode that we did one from home where I was already back. I'm almost going to Sweden again, Nelanoko. Wow. I can see you're really involved. Anyway, you guys know that this is the pre-show, which means there are 9 minutes left at this point to place a couple of final bets when it comes to the final table betting that GGPoker makes possible together with PokerShares. So let's just go ahead and take a look at the 9 players that have made it to our final table of the High Roller Super Millions Season 2, Week 4. Nananoko, this is our list. I'm honestly quite happy with this list. Not just because of the man at the top, but also because of the man at the bottom. Because believe it or not, unlike you, that guy actually stops by my stream on Twitch, spreads love, not when I play poker, but when I play StarCraft, even sub to my channel. So, and he even said it. He's like, you're going to commentate me again real soon on the Tuesday. I was like, looking forward to it. Well, the very next episode, he's made it. Anatoly, Filatov, of course, at the bottom. I like our lineup today.
Anatoly's a really cool guy, right? He's very chill, and he's gonna keep coming back to your stream now that he's actually made the final table immediately after, right? Because it's like the run good, you gotta do it. But he is very short on chips. Also, right at the bottom though, Thomas Muhlacher, they've got the same stack. This guy keeps making final tables. He missed it 1 week, and then he's back again at the bottom. He always comes in 9th, 8th, or 7th place.
Yeah, it's actually insane how well and how consistent Thomas Muhlacher has been. But in a weird way, it feels kind of hard to truly hype it up because the achievement itself is sick. But then he never goes all the way, Nananoko. And like we keep praising him. Obviously, his skills are beyond any question. We know that he's very good, but it becomes less impressive when there is not the occasional first or second place. Poor Thomas just bums out quite early, pretty much each and every single week.
Yeah, of those, I think he's made, I'm gonna guess, 5 or 6 times of the last 7, I think. He's gone out first, maybe the first hand, at least 2 or 3 of those, like very, very quickly. He's on pace to do it again here today, but you never know. Eventually, you're due for a score, right? If you make 9 final tables, technically, statistically, you should win one of them, 1 out of 9, assuming equal stacks. Obviously he's not equal stacks here, but who knows. It's good to see. If you want to get a quick bet in and you got some YOLO kind of odds type of player, I would put some money down on the bottom 2 guys. Like those 2 guys are fearless. They're not going to win often just because they have 300,000 chips, but when they do, you can get 27, 29 to 1. It's quite different because look at the top. It's a Hollywood Haxton, he's a star, but you're only getting plus 370. It's very different.
Yep, I'm gonna double check something because I believe most of these guys have kind of made it on their first bullet. I know for Haxton that's not the case. Actually, neither did Artur. So there are 7 guys that are actually at our final table of their very first entry. I think that's always impressive. Artur Martirosian fired 3 bullets, but he should still easily be able to turn that into a little profit. Hollywood Haxton though, Nananoko, he cannot bomb out in 9th or 8th place because he fired 5. So 5 bullets, 3 bullets, and the rest of the field is at the final table of a single entry. I know that you're wondering if I placed some bets, and I did. I have to admit that I didn't play a whole lot of poker this week. That's mostly because while I was in Sweden, I had the never-ending upswing, but everything comes crashing down eventually, Nananoko. And when Roddy gets a bit out of line, it's like, well, maybe we should step away from the tables for a week or so. play some video games, and then we'll come back, of course, with a lot of fun tournaments that are happening at the moment. But I did make 2 bets. I put $75 on Isaac Haxton, just because I'll never forget that I wanted to bet on him when he came in 8th place, but then I was like, nah, that's too few chips. And he played such a good final table. It's his only win of season 1, but he honestly played awesome and made it look easy. And then I also put $25 on Anatoly, just because that's a payday. Nanonoko, 30-1, let's go.
Wow, and you put $25 down. You know, the guy's got 350,000 chips, but hey, that would be huge. I wish you the best of luck. That's a nice bet though at the bottom and the top too, to be honest. Isaac Haxton actually isn't our chip leader. Yes, his name is first, but the chip leader is actually the second guy, Sergey Denisov. I don't know much about him, but didn't he reach our final table before recently?
Yep.
And he
was very passive. He was at the bottom of the table and he barely played anything. He was just kind of sitting there chilling. Like, I know him a little bit because I have almost never knocked out a pro or an influencer of the Beat the Pros. That happens every Saturday. Small side story, guys. If you knock out somebody with a purple or a yellow name, you get entry into a 5K free roll that happens the following Saturday. And 70% of the people that make it into that tournament are AFK. So it's actually a guaranteed cash pretty much. And Sergey is like one of the only guys that I ever knocked out. He got super out of line. He thought I was just trying to do a button thing. But I actually had aces or something, and then he just jammed 45 big blinds of king jack offsuit into me, and I was like, well, I've got aces, mate. So then I got into the free roll because of him. But obviously you cannot judge someone on a single hand, and especially not people that play 5Ks and 10Ks. I understand that they get a little mimi, right, in the $200 tournaments. Like, sure, they want to have a deep run, but you can't judge every single hand that they play in those tournaments.
Yeah, of course, that makes a lot of sense. Let's talk about Artur Martirosian. Obviously a great player, one of your favorites from season 1. I feel like at the end of season 1, he didn't show up to the final tables as much or something, but I know he's got a lot of good scores. Didn't want to put a bet on him today, Roddy, just because you didn't play too much poker?
No, and also because I always ask you, Nanonoko, if I give you $100, how would you spread them? And then I'm like, why the hell do I ask that question when I'm out here betting 200 or 300? And since Anatoly showed me some love and stopped by the stream, I had to put some money on him. And Isaac Haxton, you know, I told you before, I'm a little bit of a fan. He's just really from the generation when I grew up and I used to watch poker on television. He was always there, so I love Ike. I felt it was a solid bet. And I was like, I cannot pick everyone, but you know, I always like Artur.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess he's like the one that's probably your next bet.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Yeah. But you know, Isaac Haxton, now that I'm thinking about it, I feel like when he reaches our final table, whether he's got a big stack, medium stack, or short stack, he always gets pretty far, like top 3 every single time, if I recall correctly. Maybe it's only three times it's happened, I believe, but it's been solid. I think he is the favorite given the chip stacks, his skill level, etc. But we have a lot of new names here today, in my opinion, right? Like Zagos, Jerby9999, Godo, even Bellarmino Souza. We've never had him at our final table, I'm pretty sure. All new players.
Yep. I mean, the last time we had a Hungarian at our final table, I know that's not the same, the guy who won our second week, but that was somewhat similar to a Zagos as well, but I know it's not the same player. But he was good, Nano. I know we're a bit of a rhythm, but the first 3 weeks of season 2, I have genuinely really enjoyed them because I feel that everyone that won honestly played like a stud. We had our chess player in the first week, we had our Hungarian in the second week. Those guys played so damn well. Then I know in week 3 it was my pick versus was it Ben CB who took second, right?
Yeah, he lost to Fiesta Pagana, and I picked him, the chip leader. I've got my 2.8 points or whatever little tiny points are on my leaderboard.
Yes, but that was also one hell of an episode, and I mean I'm coming in with pretty high expectations as well. Well, Nanonoko, you've got 1 minute, $100. You gotta click real quick. How do you spread them out?
Honestly, I think I do similar to you. I put a lot of it on Isaac Haxton. I sprinkle the rest on the bottom 2 guys. Like I said, those guys, they go for it. I'll probably put. I'm more of a guarantee win kind of guy, so I put $75 on Isaac Haxton, sprinkle the $12.50 on the other 2 guys. Whereas you're like, well, I'll just go YOLO on the bottom just in case you hit a jackpot.
Well, I mean, Thomas Müller doesn't have the best track record when it comes in with tiny stacks, man. I have the feeling that Anatoly probably is going to be a little bit more careful in the beginning. Like, obviously, he's going to play for a proper score. He's not going to try to outlet a Goldo for a 7th place over an 8th place. But I also don't think that he waited a day and a half to get it all in the first hand with pocket 7s or something if he feels that his opponent maybe at best is flipping. I don't know. I don't think that we're going to see that approach. I mean, if Thomas Müller would have told me he loves StarCraft 2, then maybe I would have put $12 in him as well. No, I'm a simple man. No, okay. All right, well, our 10 minutes are over, and that means that final table betting for this week is closed. Hopefully, you guys were able to get a couple of final bets in. That brings us to the one question I didn't ask you 2 weeks ago, and you seemed a little upsetty spaghetti about it. Nanonoko, what have you been doing last week? And did you see anything cool in the world of poker?
I feel like I had something I want to tell you. I just can't remember now off the top of my head. But the World Cup is over. Is that
the European? Oh my God! Not the World Cup, mate. The European Championships of football, the Euros. Yes, they are over.
Honestly, I can't even tell you which 2 teams made it to the finals. I have no idea. I just know
because you follow
England?
Patrick Leonard. Yes,
Italy.
exactly.
In Italy.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Because I just saw people typing those countries in, but I didn't really read the messages, so that's my assumption. Now, who won? England?
No, oh my God. Mate, you're such a okay, I know Australia is far away, but do you literally live under a rock? Like, whether you like football or not, I feel like it's impossible not to consume this information because it's coming from you. It's coming to you from literally every angle, on every online platform, on every newspaper you may read. Like, how do you get your news, Nanonoko?
I mean, yeah, you know what? I read Twitter. I mean, I made a post. I was like, am I the only person who's never heard of the Euros? And you responded to me, Roddy.
Yes, because I think you are the only person. I mean, to be fair, I saw 1 or 2 other tweets of people that are like, obviously not into football or soccer, call it how you want it, at all. And it's like, why is everyone talking about football? I'm like, it's a pretty big deal, guys. People have been waiting for this for 3 years. Normally it's every, well, the Euros are every 4 years, but then in between there is the World Cup. But I've got great news for you, Nanonoko, because the Euros was postponed for a year. Because this was technically Euro 2020, but it took place in 2021 because of the pandemic. The World Cup is obviously happening in 2022. So now there is only 1 year, mate, until the World Cup of football starts. And if you thought the Euros got a lot of tweets, boy, oh boy, get ready for, I think it's November 2022. Normally it should be in the summer, but because they're hosting it in Qatar, they don't want to play football in the summer because it gets too hot.
Oh, are they do they do this in Olympics that's happening now or whatever?
There is football in the Olympics, yes, but so the female Olympic. No, because the good teams, they basically don't want to give away their good players. So the male squads are mostly young dudes. I believe that everybody needs to be under 21, with the exception of 3 players. It's kind of random. It means something, but nowhere near the same level of hype. But for the ladies, the women, the World Cup or the Olympics is a very big deal. And the final is probably going to be USA against the Netherlands. I'll tell you that.
So that's why you know so much about it. I understand, got it. But no, that sounds ridiculous to me. But you know what? It's a poker stream today. Let's just move on.
Well, we've got 27 minutes to talk about 9 profiles and 9 hands. So I think we can squeeze in a little bit of football talk. But really nothing that stood out in the world of poker. I feel like last week has been...
something's happened, right? Like, but just that we took that 1 week break and now it's not the land and Tice. That already happened, right? We already talked about that. What is happening? What am I missing?
I mean, Doc Pork is making content again, and he seems to be having a good time. Daniel Negreanu ended his losing streak. Doc Pork makes a video. Daniel never wins. Day later, Daniel wins. So that happened.
That did happen. I did watch a decent amount of that. It's good to see Doug Polk making videos again. It just sees... He seemed like he was going to retire completely, right, from poker. He took a long break. Now he's like super involved. You know, he's playing like heads up tournaments and stuff. Like
he's challenging people. I've seen that too.
He's challenging Bill Perkins or something. Him and Bill Perkins something might happen. I don't know if you saw that. Bill Perkins asking for he says 6 BBs per 100. You can spot me. And then Doug's like, nah, maybe 3 BBs per 100, right? And then Bill Perkins like messaged me privately. So honestly, I think something will happen because Bill Perkins is the type of guy where he's gonna be like, he's just gonna make it happen. Whatever big blinds he get, he doesn't matter to him. Like if it's a 1 big blind difference, he's not gonna be like, not enough big blind. He's gonna be like, let's just play.
Yeah, I actually ordered the book. It came like 2 weeks ago of Bill Perkins, Die with Zero, but I haven't actually started reading it because I've been a bit busy. But yeah, I do like it.
I'm curious. I'm very curious about that book. I just don't read. So can you tell me what happens next week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks from now?
A month. Like I mostly read when I travel. Anyway, all right, let's go ahead and take a look at the profiles of these 9 guys that have made it to our final table of the High Roller Super Millions, the weekly 10K, of course, that takes place over at GGPoker. And this man is our chip leader. We've seen him before. Did not really leave a smashing impression, but he seems to be doing quite well. Sergey Denisov is the pronunciation that I'm going for. Formerly known as I Play Too Slow, and I do remember that nickname too. So he's made it to a couple of final tables, as you guys can see in the bottom right. What do you make of it, Nana?
That time he got third, I remember that. That was not too long ago, right? I remember saying this regularly. I go, I don't know what he's done, but he has more chips than he has before, or he maintains his stack. Like somehow his chips would go up, but we just never knew what happened. Because I think there were some other superstars who were just battling out, playing every single hand, while this guy just chills and then wins a hand here and there.
I seem to remember that as well. He was just sitting very comfortably, very quiet at the bottom side of the table. It's like, hey man, he's got 2.7 million chips now. What happened? It's like no one knows what happened. And he was playing solid, but definitely not super exciting. Didn't really get out of line, didn't make too many moves. Just kind of sat there and played his premium hands. Now today, there's a good chance we'll see a slightly different side of him as he comes in as a chip leader. And we can take a look at one of the hands in this tournament that helped him get to the chip lead. Now, maybe not the most exciting hand ever, but Nanonoko, this does show some heart and commitment, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that exciting in terms of no fireworks, but this is a pretty aggressive bet, right? Like, he raises the 10-9 suited, sure. C-bets into 3 people with a little gut shot, and the turn is not that good of a card for him, right? Like, because, well, some flushes got there, say some ace-x with a club, they can continue, but he still goes for it, just like, I'm going to represent that big hand. You guys didn't re-raise me pre-flop. And he took it down. I'm pretty sure there's a decent chance he got needs to fold too, because it is quite scary when someone multi-barrels into you and they're the pre-flop raiser and aces and kings come out.
I would have really liked to see what would have happened if his opponent would have called. But I mean, I think at that point, Dolovic can't really go anywhere because the bet is real big, right? The bet is representing like 20% of the stack that he has pretty much. So that would have been feisty to see what Sergey decides to do. But Sergey managed to take it down on the turn, and I'm expecting to see more of this stuff from him. But obviously, he knows that if we see this, his opponents are going to see it too. And that is something to keep in the back of his mind. Let's take a look at the man who's chasing him. Comes in second in chips. He is a previous champ of the High Roller Super Millions. And I honestly think, safe to say, one of the biggest stars in poker, right? For the last 15, 20 years. I don't think we're getting too carried away. I feel like if you follow online poker or real like live poker that has been broadcasted on television in the old days, you know who Isaac Haxton is. Joe Rogan knows who Isaac Haxton is. Joe Rogan doesn't even know who Nanonoko is. That means that Isaac is a big deal.
Isaac is definitely a big deal. Now, have you seen that clip? I think I mentioned it before, where he's playing in the Caribbean. He's got his hair flying. He's got the longest hair possible. Have you seen it, Roddy?
I don't think I've seen it.
No, you have not. It's the most epic. It's the most epic hand. You gotta watch it sometime. If I remember, I'll try to send it to you. But it's Hollywood Haxton at the PCA against Ryan Doubt, D-A-U-T, and there's some crazy bluffs. You just really gotta see this hand. But the setting they're playing is the most ridiculous because they're out in the
Oh, no,
Caribbean.
of course. No, I've seen this, mate. Yeah. I just Googled it real quick.
Like, it's blowing, the wind's blowing and everything. There's probably boats and seagulls flying around and they're just bluffing each other. Like, and they're playing for like $1 million or something. Like, that's what I always think about when I think about Hollywood Haxton.
And the audio quality of that clip was rather bad, but I have seen that clip more than once. Yes, that was pretty hype. All right, let's just go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that this previous champ did have. He's the only one at this final table that's in for 5 bullets. So it's safe to say that Haxton was determined on making a final table. And it seems to be paying off. What have we got over here? Nanonoko, it seems like we counterfeited the 7s on the river. One hell of a hand.
Yeah, this is a Roddy hand. Remember, you can analyze these ones, but it looks like that guy Abarikov or whatever. He was the guy against Connor Drynan. I forget what his screen name was, but the guy from Kazakhstan. So man, I want to see that guy at this final table again.
Well, there is a chance. It seems like he got pretty far this time, because this was real deep into the tournament. And look at Judd Trump, by the way. He's hanging in there again up to his old tricks. He's like, all right, this big stack thing still not for me. I'm going down to the tiny stacks again. I do my best work of 10 big blinds, but obviously this hand kind of speaks for itself. 7s, bomb it, ace king calls. Ace king gets there on the river with the jack.
Wait, Roddy. Didn't you say Kevin Martin said the 7s were the best? Was that the right pocket pick? Well,
absolutely.
Show him this, and then he won't say anything ever again.
Is it 7s or 9s? No, yeah, 7s. He loves 7s. Yeah, Kevin Martin loves 7s. I always lose with 7s. I hate 7s. I cannot believe, by the way, that according to the community we have over at YouTube at the GGPoker channel, there's a little community tab where people can now vote if it's going to be pocket 4s hitting a set, pocket 5s hitting a set, or neither, or both. And people actually believe that pocket 5s have a bigger chance of making a set than pocket 4s today. Nanonoko.
Are you sure? Did you look it up already? I'm gonna go check it out myself.
Yeah.
So I just like. So where do I go? I go to the GG YouTube page or whatever.
You type in GGPoker in YouTube, or you go to youtube.com/GGPoker, and then there's a bunch of tabs at the top. One of them says community. If you click on that, there is a poll right in front of your face.
Hold on. Let me pick. Pocket 5s will hit today. Yep, that's me. It is. You're right. Oh, but know what? Which one's ahead right now? Neither will hit today. 36.
Which is probably a pretty good pick, to be fair. So shout out to those guys. But pocket 4s have already made sets many times, and I have the feeling that we're going to see another one today. Anyway, all the best to Isaac Haxton. I really look forward to see what Mr. Hollywood Haxton is going to bring to this final table, as he comes in second in chips and obviously has a lot of big blinds to play with. Let's take a look at the profile of our Hungarian friend. Because week 2 of season 2 was won by a Hungarian player. And even though I remember I had some money on the guy he was playing heads up, I was generally really impressed by the level of our Hungarian dude. Let's see what Zagos is made of. Seems like he is no stranger to the bigger buy-in tournaments, but I don't see too many 10Ks. I see, you know, the 3Ks, the 2Ks, the 5Ks. But there's still a jump up, right? There's the 10Ks, the 25Ks. He seems to not be playing those super often.
Yeah, I think he probably plays like 200, 300, 400, 500s as well. I actually remember his name for some reason. I think it might have been when I did one of those Battle of Maltas or AP, like one of those side events for GG commentary. He reached one of those final tables, and those are one of those smaller buy-ins. So he probably plays everything that's not too big, but here he is. Doesn't play too many Super Moons, I imagine, but he's made a final table.
I mean, you can see it as well in... He made a final table. He didn't make a final table, mate. What? Today he made a final table. Or what?
Yeah, obviously today. Come on, the guy. Jeez, continue on. Go ahead.
Yes, because I mean he made top 17, but it's definitely not a final table. It'd be a very cozy final table, a proper big one. But I think we'd be running a little low on cards at one point. But yeah, we can see that Zagos did play a little bit in season 1. But he was ranked 461 in the end. I think we had around 1,500 people overall participate. So at least he cashed, but that seems to be his only cash of season 1. Today he's going to do better than that. The question is how much better. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands he played. And I actually wonder what you think about his move here, Nanonoko. Because these are spots that I also, as mediocre poker player, find myself into sometimes. Where you just call because you're in the big blind. And he actually flopped quite good. But this man has the courage to check raise. What do you make of it?
I mean, like, really, it's a fine play. It just kind of also depends on how your overall game style works. Like, are you the type of guy who check raise bluffs a bit more? If you are, then you need to check raise more of these top pair kind of hands. Otherwise, you're too bluff heavy. If you're the type to check, you know, like if you check call like some sets, you know, like maybe you want to check call these hands so that when you don't have a set, the sets kind of protect you. There's just all sorts of different factors to think of, but there's definitely nothing wrong with raising here. It also depends on how your opponent's going to respond. They are quite deep, so it does get a little bit dicey. But the good thing is when you raise on a 953 rainbow, you never get blown off of it on the flop. Because if your opponent even had a hand like pocket jacks or queens, they probably won't re-raise this flop just because they're a little bit worried because you're quite deep. So you'll always get to at least see a turn card, right? But sometimes when you check raise a flop that has a flush draw, for example, your opponent gets a little bit worried, they start repopping, or they make a rebluff on you, maybe you fold the best hand. So there's a lot of different factors, but definitely you do want to be raising your top pairs at some percentage, especially the one with the better kickers. Otherwise, you're probably not check raise bluffing enough.
You say probably, right? Like, he's probably not going to raise you when he has aces, kings, or queens, or jacks. What if he does? What do you do then? Are you then forced to fold, or?
Yeah, you probably are. Well, the thing is, that's the thing is, it's such a player-dependent thing, because when someone re-raises, say you check raise the queen nine here, and then get re-raised again, against some people, they always got a bluff. Against others, you know, maybe they always got it. So it's hard for me to tell you what the exact answer is. Obviously, I don't know their game dynamics, and I don't even know his opponent. It's the first time I've seen him at a final table. But that's what makes poker so cool, because there's no absolute answer sometimes. Sometimes the best answer is something you need to develop over just playing with someone more and more and more. And, you know, poker is not a game that's completely solved. It's a game where it's imperfect information. We think we know what the best answer is, but technically we don't actually know.
And this is obviously very deep into the tournament, right? Like, half of these guys actually made the final table. You can see some empty spots already. So definitely a brave move here by Zagos, but I like it. Worked out for him, and he was able to hang on to these chips, maybe even add a bit towards it till the end. On the other hand, Goldo seems like this hand tilted him a little bit, because he did make our final table. Actually, no, he was battling with Jerby. No, it doesn't matter. Has nothing to do with Goldo, guys. Moving on. Good luck to Zagos today. Who is next? I believe now we are going to uncover a couple of the profiles. Okay, there he is, the man who just lost some chips in the previous hand. Jerby9999, WSOP online bracelet winner. Well, that's pretty impressive. Did get a couple of cashes in season 1 of the High Roller Super Millions, but not all that many. Seems to be exactly those two. That's impressive as well. He both times cashed for 47k. Even though one of them was a 10th place finish and the other one was a 40th place finish. It's a funny little coincidence.
Yeah, no, I do not know who Jerby999 from Israel is. I'm not sure if that's a picture of him or it's just a picture of his friend. A lot of guys like to put pictures of other people. So who knows who that avatar is.
What?
But winning a 5k 6max WSOP bracelet is pretty impressive. Not only is it impressive because the field is tougher, plus it's 6 max, which you need to have more talent just because it's more aggression, more flops, wider ranges. It's also over $500,000 for a score. So I think this guy's probably got some game is my guess, but I really am in the dark a little bit though.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands he had where he was battling it out with Juan Dominguez. And this is actually quite the hand, Nananoko. I'll let you do the talking. Does this qualify as a blow-up, first of all?
I mean, it's quite, it kind of is in my opinion. Like, I'm looking at this board and I'm like, okay, Juan, he bets a flop. So let's recap Dan. He raises king queen suit, he gets 3-bet by Juan Dominguez, right? Juan Dominguez c-bets the flop, sure, try to represent the ace king. The turn he bets again. Like, I guess he's trying to get some middle pocket pair to fold, like 9s, 10s, or jacks. Then when he calls again, for some reason he doesn't think his opponent has a king, so he just jams all in on the queen, which is the weirdest card to jam on, because your opponent has king queen a lot, right? Because when they call your 3-bet, they call it a flop, they call it a turn. They have, I think the river's a little bit of a blow up, in my opinion, Roddy. Ace jack. Nah, I don't know why he's jamming ace jack. Like,
to me, it feels like he's saying, "Hey, I've got aces." That's kind of what it feels like to me.
Yeah, but if he's got, yeah, I've got aces, but if he couldn't get king queen to fold, then well, it doesn't matter.
I mean, if he did have aces, it'd be a pretty good play, right? Because of the 2 4s on the board, and then obviously he would have been paid off. But Jerby was a non-believer. It feels to me a little bit. I know we've been out of it 2 weeks, but this is the I want to win this hand syndrome.
Yeah.
Like he's like, I 3-bet. He's like, I'm betting the flop. Betting two is like, mate, this is still my hand and I'm gonna win it. And then you blink and you're out of the tournament. And it actually seemed like he had a reasonable stack before this hand. So this was perhaps a little bit of a gift. Do you think it's a hard call for Jerby? I mean, I know that you're supposed to call, but it's still a bit scary, maybe.
I mean, the thing is, you're always scared a little bit in poker. Like, oh, you just hopefully they don't show you the nuts, right? But this is a mandatory call. If your opponent ever shoves Ace King here, obviously you beat Ace King, and I think a lot of Ace Kings still shove just because it's top pair, top kicker. You gotta call this hand. I just don't know what he's doing on the river card. Just like you said, I think it's the I want to win syndrome hand. Sometimes people get that. Rebuy still open. 1,200, 2,400. This is like level 1 of the tournament or something.
Yeah, I mean, people do get out of line a bit more when they take a look in the top left side of the table of GG, and there's like, I still see that clock running. Well, if this doesn't work out, we could always fire another one. And knowing Juan Dominguez, I think there's a good chance another bullet was fired. So let's move on, as we have 9 minutes left until we actually start covering the final table of week 4 of season 2. That's obviously the main reason why you guys are here. It's the main reason why we are here. And we still have 5 more profiles to cover, my goodness. So let's go ahead and move on and take a look at the profile of Bellarmino Sousa. Now, I know that in this thingy, he's got a Chinese flag, this beautiful graphic. On the table, he's got a Brazilian flag. And I'm going to say, Nanonoko, that his name is also a little more Brazilian than it is Chinese.
Typo, so for sure.
I think we can safely assume that Bellarmino Sousa is a Brazilian player. Who apparently qualified through a 1K qualifier, but he did play quite a few times in Season 1. As we can see, he won $119,000. So not a total stranger to our 10K, but he did satellite his way in.
Dude plays PLO. Like, you gotta love that. We don't know much about him, but if he plays PLO, this seems like the type of guy for you, Roddy.
You know, I love PLO and I love PLO players. But I prefer my Finnish PLO players over my Brazilian PLO players.
The Brazilian Chinese?
No, I don't think that's the thing yet. Not at least for this man. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Bellarmino Sousa had on his journey to this final table. And then maybe we know a little more about him. This is actually a hand for you, Nanonoko, so I'll let you do the talking.
I mean, as played for him, it's pretty simple. Oh, yeah, he raised, he flops a set, he bets, he calls, he bets the turn for the set, this is advertisement for Almi Bearer for future tournaments. You know, Almi Bearer wants to show that he's making moves, so you got to call him down. But like, as played for the set of 5s, sure, it's a little bit scary on turn. Maybe your opponent has a flush, but of course, even against that, you've got a decent equity to still kind of resuck out. You might have the best hand, and if they're making plays like this with King Jack, well, obviously you still got to call this set. So nicely done. Also, early in the tournament. Also,
what stands out for me, Nanonoko, is that while we were playing our flop, the pot was 11,000 chips. You know what he bet? 5,500 chips. Now, of course, you can say, you know, yeah, sure, it's 50% pot. Do you think that's a tell?
Roddy, do you know what stands out to me? Pocket 5 made a set. Move on.
All right, fine. Well, if he flops a set with 4s tonight and he bets 44,400 chips, I think the rest of the table should know what's up. Let's go ahead and move on and take a look at the profile of one of the bigger names we had throughout Season 1 of the High Rollers Super Millions. That is this man, Artur Martirosian. Patrick Leonard says never misses Sunday. I don't think Artur misses a whole lot of Sundays either. He took rank 8 in the end after 1 year of play, won $1.7 million in this tournament series alone. And Artur is just an all-around crusher.
Dude's been playing on GG forever. He's crashed 16 million of GGPoker wins. Like, we've been showing you guys a 3 million, right? This guy's got more than 5x those people. He's been playing 25Ks, 10. He's plays all the big tournaments. Just all-around crusher. Let's go.
Yep, beautiful profile all around. A lot of big scores. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the hands that Artur Martirosian had. This is a table that I think you're going to be quite fond of, with Damian Sellas and, of course, your favorite Michael Adamo. Seems like this one did not quite work out. We did mention before that Artur fired 3 bullets to make it to the final table. And this is how one of these bullets ended. What do you make of this one, Anatoly?
It's a pretty sick hand, huh? So he raises the ace jack, c-bets the 6-6-2 rainbow, and then he gets put all in on the turn, and he calls you just ace jack high correctly and gets sucked out by the 5-4. To be fair, 5-4 had a lot of equity, but that's a big call with ace jack high.
It is an insane call, but I don't even really want to call that a suck out, right? Because even though Artur is ahead, it feels like he needs to avoid half of the deck.
Yeah, he needs to have like pocket aces. Then we call it a suck out or something if he hits like a flush. But like yeah, it's a good call, but you lose.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to put it. It's like, it's a good call, mate, but you still need to avoid every 5, every 4, every diamond, every 3. That's going to be quite tricky. And I'm sure once in a blue moon, you're going to see a beautiful jack of clubs roll off, but there's not too many of those. So seems like that Kevin got lucky. This was the end of one of the bullets of Artur, but it does kind of show the calls that Artur is willing to make. And he's done this before, even at final tables, deep into final tables. I'm definitely a bit of an Artur fanboy. It's someone I did not know at all before we started doing this entire tournament series. Now I'm very familiar with him. I feel like we've seen a lot of his hands. And I also like the banter that some of the poker pros have on Twitter about Artur, where A, Artur always has aces, and B, Artur is too busy playing $200 tournaments at the side to pay attention to some of the 10Ks. Definitely one of the better ones I've read. Let's move on and take a look at the profile of Goldo, who's got one hell of an avatar. Is that more of your alley, Nananoka? What kind of an avatar is that?
I was gonna say a Pokemon, but I don't think it's a Pokemon. I have no idea.
Someone will know. It's probably from one of the other animes that's quite popular, but it's not from Dragon Ball Z, and I don't think it's from Pokemon. But also a player that satellited his way in. I am very good with flags, but this one I actually had to double check. I was like, is that Liechtenstein? And yeah, okay, it is Liechtenstein.
No, you knew that just from looking at it? No way.
Yes, mate, I'm good with flags. Yeah, I'm good with flags, but I had to double check it. And I was like, well, okay. Do you know where Liechtenstein is, Nananoka?
Probably by Germany because it sounds German. Am I right?
We'll let it slide. I think it's isn't it between Austria and Switzerland? Let's go ahead and move on. And we can see that Goldo obviously doesn't play too much, but he did make it to our final table here, and that's awesome. Let's take a look at this hand where he was battling it out with Adrian Mateus.
Well, Adrian Mateus just like made some YOLO calls incorrectly. Goldo actually flops trip kings on ace king king and leads out. Gets called by 5s, checks the turn, pots the river, and gets paid off by pocket 5s. Amazing. Wow.
Yeah, Liechtenstein is right between Switzerland and Austria. You want to know a funny story? A couple of years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, I think it was Austria. They accidentally invaded Liechtenstein because they did a little army exercise, but they got lost, so they just marched straight into Liechtenstein with a whole bunch of military, but there's no border control. They're like, hey, I think we're in the wrong country. So the accidental invasion did take place. That's
pretty funny, actually.
Fun fact about Liechtenstein in Europe, mate. But yeah, anything else about his hand, mate?
Nah, it's good. I think he's going to throw some curveballs today. I'm excited.
All right, we have 2 more profiles to cover. Next up is the man who comes in second shortest. It is one of my favorites these days, Anatoly Filatov, and he had so many deep runs, Nananoko. When I was doing a lot of the live coverage on the Sunday night, he didn't always make the final table, but he really had a lot of deep runs, and he was always getting involved, always in the mix. As you guys can see, Anatoly all-around crusher, 8th at this point on the Russian all-time money list. Let's just go ahead and move on and take a look at one of the hands that Anatoly had on his journey to his first final table of Season 2. King Jack versus King 10. This is turning into a How to Beat Adrian Mateus show. What do you make of this one, Nananoko?
I mean, Adrian Mateus went for a thin value shove for like 20 big ones with just King 10. He actually gets pipped by the King Jack. Good call by Anatoly Filatov. It's always a little bit scary when you see the bet jam and you just got King Jack here. It's a good call. And surprisingly, his opponent has worse for value. It's quite weird, but hats off to Anatoly. He's the one who's got the chips.
I mean, that is a sick call. Like, I don't know if I would have the courage to make that call.
For sure, it's a sick call. It's also, is that a sick value bit? A sick bluff? I don't know what it is, but
I don't know what it is either. That's why you're here, mate.
I don't know anything, but sometimes I try to pretend I do.
All right. Well, unfortunately for Adrian, didn't work out. Definitely a sick call by Anatoly. We hope to see a little more of that. He comes in with a little over 13 big blinds, I believe. Hopefully he can run it up because I did put 25 bucks on him. And that means we have one more profile to cover before we take a look at live poker, which we are very excited for. Last profile that we have to do is the one of Thomas Mühlacker. The man just keeps making final table after final table after final table. However, you guys can see in the bottom right side, hasn't been really working out. A 7th place, a 9th place, and a 6th place is the best we can show. We know that Thomas is an absolute sicko. Let's go ahead and take a look at one of the easiest hands that Thomas Mühlacker ever got to play in his life against Romashka. Pocket sixes, flops a full house, and Romashka bets, and then gets raised. Romashka calls. Thomas Mühlacker bet, Romashka calls. Thomas Mühlacker goes all in, and Romashka calls with a 7, not an 8, with a 7 then a no-co.
Yeah. Well done, Mühlacker. But yeah, no, well played. He got max value. Now he's at the bottom.
Yep, we can go ahead and take a look at the table selection so Nananoka and I can get our picks out of the way before we miss any of our first hands. I believe I have first pick, right?
You get first pick because I picked the winner last week with Fiesta Pagana. So who's your pick, Roddy? Remember, it's based on the odds to win. You get some points.
But Pocket 4s made a set and Pocket 5s didn't, Nananoka. So I feel like I was the real winner. I'm picking Isaac Haxton today. I know that's not very inspiring or exciting, but I'm a bit of a fanboy. I think Isaac Haxton is great. And this time he comes in with a lot of chips. He plays solid. I don't see how I can go wrong with picking Isaac Haxton.
Oh man, like for the top stacks, I really like Isaac Haxton. If I had first pick, I definitely would be picking Isaac Haxton myself. In this situation, we actually have 4 guys at the top with the same stack, 2 million, so no clear chip leader. So it's gonna be a bit of a battle. But I don't know those other 3 guys. That's the problem, Roddy. So who am I gonna pick? All right, you know what? I'm going for Thomas Mühlacker, YOLO. I'm gonna just seal it. If he wins it, you can't catch up because of his odds are insane. So my pick is Thomas Mühlacker, Roddy.
Well, first of all, that's not true because we've got like 50 more weeks to go. Okay, well, maybe not 50, but it's very close to 50. And I have done a much better job in picking underdogs to win in season 1 than you did. But you know what? I wouldn't even be upset because I like Thomas Mühlacker. And even though I put quite some money on him a couple of weeks and he let us down, it's all Gucci. I know that he's incredibly good and I think he's been a bit unlucky. So be a good story. I do want to go back as we have our first hand of the night to Mr. Mühlacker raising the 6s there on that 8-8-6 board against Romashka. That's not totally standard, is it?
Definitely not totally standard. It depends on how you think your opponent will react to it. Obviously, his opponent did not believe if he was calling down for 7 at that throughout the whole hand. But if your opponent's going to say, even call you with like ace king high, ace jack high here and there for a small check raise, then you should be raising that flop. Against other guys, maybe check calling is better. But in general, I think raising this, it's scary because sometimes you feel like you waste your hand, right? You raise a boat, they fold, and you're like, oh, why'd I raise? But if they do actually have a big hand, like even an 8, you can get max value. But apparently they don't even need an 8 to get max value in this one. So yeah,
they just need to have an open ender that turns into second pair. Apparently that's good enough. We've got a fun first hand of the night as Artur and Martirosian limped with king 3 of hearts and Sergey defended with king 8 and they both flopped top pair.
Yeah, a little blind versus blind, but the kicker is very likely to play in this spot for Denisov. Well, strongly likely. We'll see if that river card plays off. King 3's probably got a peel here again. Ooh. Kicker does play. Wow, nice.
Can Sergey bet one more time? Is he confident enough that king 8 is the best hand here? If he does bet, I think it's going to be quite small, like 100 at best.
Well, maybe half pot, but I think he should go for a value bet. The fact that it's a limp, he's going to go actually 3/4 pot. I do like the value bet. I think Artur check calls this flop a lot of like combo kind of draws, like queen jack, queen 10, you know, like these kinds of hands, weaker kings. And they raise pre-flop into him a lot too with like the good broadways. So I think this is a strong value bet. It's really well thought out.
That's more than 75% though. That's
Is
like
it?
80. Yeah.
I mean, apples, banana. No, that's not the same. What's it? The tomato, tomato? Is that the same? This close enough.
Well, very annoying spot here for Artur. Because you
Yeah.
limp king 3, you flop top pair. You're like, all right, that's not all that bad. Solid start to the evening. Now your opponent bets an amount that is basically 30% of his entire stack.
It,
That's a gnarly call to make in the very first hand of the night.
it's also a big fold to make too, right? Because this is still a strong hand in the spot where you will show up with worse than top pair a lot too. Um, he's probably thinking, okay, he didn't raise me pre-flop, so Sergey probably doesn't have a hand like King Jack, King Queen, Ace King. You know, like these hands they would raise against a limp a lot. It's an
Well,
impressive fold. Well done.
yeah, but I do like the fold because I also don't feel like Sergey, like what we have seen from him, and then we have seen him a couple times now. Is he really the guy to bet 400k chips, or in this case, like a solid 12, 14 big blinds as a bluff in the very first hand? To me, that feels a bit out of character. So I like the fold, but I also think it's a reasonable fold.
Yeah, it's definitely a reasonable fold. I would say it was a tough spot no matter what. It's
Oh,
just
set.
great.
Someone's gonna make a set? No,
I'm like,
not yet.
you had me worried because I'm like, where's the fours or fives? I don't even think about the other pocket pairs anymore, Roddy.
Well, nobody made a set yet. The sevens of Artur Martirosian are still good. And I gotta say, that's a reasonable flop for his sevens, especially if the pre-flop raiser, one of the biggest stacks, does not see bet. So Artur feels that his hand is best. And Zagos does not want to continue. Artur wins a couple chips back. By the way, our good buddy Bellamino Sousa is AFK. He seems to be having a little bit of a connection issue when we started, but
Yeah.
now he's just timed out, and that's actually very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, for sure. These guys are like, nah, we don't know him. We're just gonna keep playing. Normally people maybe it's because of the beginning. They're like, well, if you didn't show up to the tournament in time anyways, then
Yeah.
that's your fault. But I don't know what his situation is specifically. I don't know if he's in China and flying back over to Brazil. I have no idea, Roddy. But hopefully he gets back soon.
For sure. Would suck. I mean, the man has been grinding all Sunday to make it this far. Would really suck to just time out. I actually think that you make a very valid point there, because these guys, they might think like it makes no sense to wait because he might not be here. And I feel like if they would know that he's actually disconnected, then maybe they would slow down a little bit. Yeah, Bellamino already losing his big blind and his small blind here. As we've
Yeah.
got Jerby raising 7-6, and meanwhile Isaac Haxton flops very reasonable from the big blind.
Yeah. Well, Jerby's gonna go for it. Just got nothing. Trying to represent those big cards. He is a pre-flop raiser. He is in a reasonable position, but gets cold. It's gonna be hard for Jerby to keep firing with just 7-6 high, right? Like some guy check calls you on King Queen 10, King.
Yeah.
What you don't expect him to fold the turn now, do you? So I expect him to check this turn, but I don't know Jerby. Jerby could just be crazy.
Jerby also indeed exactly has to understand that if Isaac Haxton calls on that flop, he's very likely to call on that turn card too. And
Yeah.
the 7-6, there is no backdoors, there's no river card that can still give you some hope, possibly making the best hand. So I actually think it's wise to just give up early.
Literally no back doors, right? Solid. Good for Isaac Haxton to deduce that he does have the best hand, the Queen Jack, because I would say, it's not the easiest value bet there. Queen, kind of funny board.
Feel bad for Bellamino. He had a decent hand on his big blind, and now he actually has King Queen on the button.
Yeah, brutal.
With,
what did he have in the big blind last hand? I didn't see.
It was like a Queen 9 or something, but it wasn't the worst thing ever. It was playable.
Anatoly.
It's actually kind of annoying because I like hands like 5-4 of spades, but obviously every big blind matters to Anatoly Filatov. He does make the call, and I feel like he should be able to win this hand, Nanonoko. Got a ball, flush draw, his opponent has nothing. I think we just all in here, right?
Well, he just calls here. Didn't want to get jebaited, but he hit it, drilled it. He's thinking about leading out, looks like.
No.
I would like to see a check. I think a lot of times the guy in the pre-flop raiser big stack, they try to muscle you around.
Oh.
Bad. Bad
I still
river.
think he's okay because I think he knows, like, all right, there's 4 spades on the board. I've got 2 spades. If you're a big stack and there are 3 spades on the board, you'd probably bet the turn anyway. So, but you hate to see it. You're like, just don't.
Mm-hmm. No, I totally
Sergey
agree
might
with you.
actually bluff now, though. Oh, he does bluff. This is actually a great river card, as long as Anatoly doesn't fold, of course, and it's not an easy call. But he makes
Wow.
the call. Anatoly Filatov off to a great start. Didn't come into this final table with a whole lot of big blinds. It's funny how sometimes the turn cards you think are bad for you actually turn out to be great for you.
Yeah, I mean, he made. You hear like this is not. Oh man, pocket fives can't even make a set in his hand. It pisses me off. All fives are dead. But you're like, oh, that's not an easy call. He actually called pretty quickly. Well done, Anatoly. That was impressive. Like he didn't need. I would need more time to think about that for sure. Try to break it down. But he knows his game.
That was his tournament life pretty much, man. Because if he's wrong there, he was down to 2 big blinds, I think. So, or maybe 3, but makes the call here with ace queen and flops top 2 pair. Jerby flops nothing and will never make a set. The only way for him to win his hand is running diamonds or deuce 3.
It seems like I picked the wrong guy at the bottom. I should have picked Anatoly. I was thinking about Mulak or Anatoly, but I'm like, well, you put some money on Anatoly. I got to do the anti-sweat kind of. And oh god, I'm getting tilted, Roddy. I'm getting salty.
I mean, Anatoly now has 21 big blinds, and he's going to win this hand too. Getting a little greedy here with the check raise.
Bit greedy. I agree. Obviously, it's fine because his opponent could have like ace, king, ace, jack, and he could pay off anyways. I still think I would have liked a check call. I think a lot of times when you flap the small blind, you kind of got like a king, queen, a queen, jack, and maybe your opponent will try to move you off of it because you probably can't call 2 barrels. But you know, Anatoly's got his own. Remember, he plays eights folded. That makes me hurt.
Yeah.
But Anatoly, I don't know if you remember, but the one did he win it or did he get second? I can't remember.
I think he won it. I mean, he's got a ribbon.
Oh, yeah. The one he won, he played a little bit different, and it was very refreshing to see because he had his kind of own style. And there was times when he would just be blasting away with absolute nothing, and at times he makes some conservative plays. So very read dependent player. He basically reads his opponents, and I really think he's a phenomenal watch.
Yeah, he won on the 30th of May, so not too long ago, actually.
Yeah, it felt kind of recent-ish.
He's a good dude. It does really suck. I mean, I hope that somebody is able to maybe alarm Bellarmino Sousa, or somebody can get a hold of him. Like, there's no way that he doesn't know this is happening, right? We have been doing this for 57 weeks, I guess, now at this point, or 56, and no one has ever just missed the final table.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen this, but I don't know. Like, what time is it over there in Brazil? I have no idea.
Afternoon, if it's 9 p.m. in Europe. I mean, there might be like 6, 7
You're
hours.
right. He's not asleep. This is impossible for him to be asleep, I imagine.
Unless he had a very wild night, but hopefully that's not the case.
Look at Thomas here my guy raising the queen 10. Come on, get it through. This is could be out of the tournament situation, right?
Not again. I actually really hope that he holds, but I actually prefer the 10-7 here.
Yeah.
All right. So I believe that Bellarmino will make a comeback soon. Let's see what happens in this hand. Maybe Bellarmino comes back to a pay jump, because if I'm Jerby here, I just bomb it. Be like, Thomas, you've got no big blinds anyway. Let's just get it all in, matey. And let's see what the poker gods determine.
The funny thing is, I don't even know what queen 10 is supposed to do against a shove, right? Like,
I think
that's
you call.
brutal. Yeah, I guess you might have to just like maybe your opponent has a similar, like another straight draw, like a 10-9.
You have to call. I think you have to call because you have nothing behind, man. Like, if he folds now, what does he have behind? 6 big blinds or 7? You're not gonna fold an open ender when you have 7 big blinds behind.
There we go.
Thomas Mulaka makes the call, and let's see if the queen 10 can hold. It's close. All right, that's a good card. Just no diamond on the river, and Thomas Mulaka gets a double up. That's not a diamond. Thomas Mulaka is not out. That's the full double. Look at the shorties at the bottom go. Anatoly and Thomas Mühlacker both getting double ups early on.
Wow, that's sweet. Because Thomas Mühlacker, he was all in for his tournament life. He was 55% on that flop. I don't know if you saw that.
I
It
saw
was
that.
so
54.
close. And that was like, just given our previous stories, we've seen Mühlacker out real quick. That seemed like another Mühlacker out real quick.
Mate, what do you think is going through his mind there? He's like, oh my God, like these final tables, man. I'm sure that he already felt it. But
I was thinking
finally.
maybe he was writing emails to GG. Can we play the final table the same day we make the final table? Because when we take that 1 day break, I just run like crap.
A little hint here. The tens just called. We did not raise with the tens. A little bit surprising.
I think it's fine. But they're playing like 50-something big blinds. Say you 3-bet, you get 4-bet jammed on cut by ace king. Obviously that sucks. Maybe you fold. It's just tricky because obviously there's a lot of flops that aren't too favorable to. Tens and nines, like those are those hands where there's a lot of funny spots that happen. Ace queen, ace jack.
I agree with you about nines. Like, I think nines I would flat, but tens to me just feels proper premium. I would raise it up with the tens there. Especially since Zagos was along too. And Zagos, if he has a good hand, he would have raised anyway. It works out in the end here for Jerby, as Sergey did c-bet with his bottom pair, but he did not improve. He had a backdoor hearts too, but did not improve in that regard. So the tens were able to prevail, but I wouldn't have minded some more aggression with the tens.
I don't think there's anything wrong with 3-betting, of course. I don't think calling is just a lower variance play, I guess is a better way to say it. Plus, they're really deep, and it is quite awkward. Let's just say you squeeze. It's the simplest way is you squeeze, right? And then they fold while you win the hand. But what happens if they jam on you or they call your 3-bet and it comes like queen high and just... I'm not saying it's wrong to 3-bet it. I'm just saying sometimes you want to just avoid those funny situations and give up a little bit of EV, I guess, in some spots.
I feel like we've seen this before, small blind, big blind, and they both flop a pair. But this time it's Artur Martirosian who's got the better kicker. Sergey does not improve. It's going to be very, very difficult to value bet an 8 here. So this should probably just go check, check.
Yeah, but this time Archer's going to win it. That's the difference. Nice. Decent pot.
1 for 1.
There we go. Bellarmino Souza. He's back.
He's gonna. Oh my God, mate! I actually want to tell you this. So this is where he's gonna take a look at the hands that he missed, and he's gonna see that he missed pocket eights. He's gonna see that he missed ace jack. I'll tell you a story. This is actually ridiculous, but so Bellarmino's back. He raises a7 of spades immediately. Once more, we are just calling with the tens. Let's see what the man who came in as chip leader to this final table does with ace king offsuit in the small blind.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. But it's funny, the one hand he comes back to, he raises, going to lose 2 big blinds. Well done, Suits. Should have sat out a little bit longer. There's the big squeezes to 10 big blinds total. Jerby in a really tricky spot here.
Yep. But that's kind of what you get as well when you only flat with tens, is that you do open the door for somebody else to bump it up. And then your tens don't feel as powerful as when you are the aggressor. But can you really fold tens against the guy who came in as chip leader?
Well, it's tough because you're playing how many big blinds? 60, but he makes the call. And it's one of those flops where I think, honestly, both players don't really like it. I think the ace king it's not a good flop for ace king.
No. Maybe tiny c-bets, like 150?
He's going to go for 186. It's tough. The 2 tens here. It's not a great flop, but it's not a bad flop because to be fair,
backdoors. Backdoors, then Anoko.
It's actually very relevant in this spot. It's decent backdoors because you got the diamond and you have the straight draw, and you might have the best hand. I think it's a mandatory call.
Yeah.
Especially against the size you're up against. It's
Oh, wow.
he folds. That's the thing. If you're there, look. If you call
then you shouldn't call pre-flop, I feel like. If you're gonna fold to literally, I mean, maybe the ace I can get behind, but the 1 queen and you do have all the backdoors. Especially because he's positioned too, right? So if you do call, your opponent has to act first again on the turn. I would have liked to see him call there.
Yeah, I think everything lined up well, hold on. Ace, king, ace, queen. This could be some damage here, right? Like, there's a 3-bet.
Sergey might just jam, actually. He might just think, like, get out of here, nerd. I actually have a real hand. On the other hand, Galdo has been pretty inactive so far. This is the first hand he plays, and that is something to keep in the back of your mind. So Sergey will just call, and the flop is 7-7-9. Wow.
Pot size bet.
I like that, Galdo. I like it, mate. Saw how quick he did that too, mate. He had no decision there.
Yeah, that was weird. But no, the pocket tens though, like that flop just seemed right. I don't know. I don't know if you agree or not. It just seems like he called so much pre-flop. The C bet is small. Like maybe let's just Sergey bet like half pot. Like okay, maybe you fold because it's getting kind of big, but it's pretty small. It's less than a third.
Yep, it was less. No, I'm with you. I feel like he should have called there. Zagos flop top pair here with ace jack, and I don't think too much is going to happen because Mr. Haxton doesn't have a lot going for himself. So last Saturday, Nanonoko, I'm playing to beat the pros, and I always use my stopwatch whenever we have a break, okay? But this time I just kind of wandered downstairs. I made myself a drink. I went outside for a little bit. And I was like, oh, damn it, it's like 2 minutes, or it was like 3 minutes past the next hour already. So I run up, and you know that if you put your mouse on your current avatar or, you know, your hand, it still shows you what you folded. And I click on it, and it says kings. And I'm like, come on, I've been so card dead. I'm 2 minutes late. I go to my hand history to see how many hands I missed, and it says kings. And I'm like, no. I was like, oh my God, I had kings last hand too. Like it took me 20 seconds. I was AFK for 3 minutes and I folded back-to-back kings, mate. And two guys even got it all in with some garbage hands. I would have won double bounty. I was steaming. I was like, oh my God, I'm never late again.
Oh, wow. Pocket Fours just folded by Anatoly.
I saw it, Anatoly. I'm sure that he was thinking about it.
Like, for my mate? No, he's like, or for my wallet. And he's like, I'm going to save it.
He's like, sorry, Roddy. I love StarCraft and I love fours, but we're also playing for almost $300,000 tonight. Maybe I won't call with fours in the small blind.
That was a good story, though. I like that one. But wow, back-to-back king. It's worse is that, you know, whenever you time out or you miss your hand and you fold something like, you're like, oh, I hope someone has something, or like maybe no action.
No, but I saw it. No, they got it all in. Like one guy had ace jack and the other guy had ace queen, and they decided to just get it all in for like 35 big blinds each. And then obviously you're steaming, right? And you're like, I've missed out on chips that are mine. So then you start playing garbage hands and whatever.
By the way, I'm steaming too now because Anatoly just folded pocket fours. Artur just folded pocket fives, and fives. No fives around. Sitting on 50 big blinds. He doesn't know about our little side bets. Oh, I'm salty.
I think Artur knows. Artur watches everything, man.
Oh my God.
No. He actually had fives, mate?
Yeah, man. This kind of sounds like the story we're just talking about, you folding pocket kings. It's like Artur just missed out on pocket fives. He gets back to his table. He sees this flop. I'm done. I don't want to talk anymore. I'm done. I'm so salty. Because also a spot where it seems very reasonable for him to raise, and Zagos would defend the ace-8. Like, just all around sucks. This just sucks.
You know what would have been a sick hand, by the way, if it was Jerby actually opening with ace-6 of diamonds, and Artur just calls with the fives. Then I think we would have had a fun hand, too.
Oh, look at that run out, too, right? Like, the ace-6 would have 2 pairs. But ace-8 still, he's got the best hand still. But,
that's so sick.
Brutal.
That is.
I'm so salty right now. You have no idea.
Wow. Well, what do you think about all the guys that picked pocket fives to hit us out before pocket fours today over at Twitter? Wow, what has happened? Goldo made a little bet there, and Zagos just called off with the ace on the river.
Yeah, Goldo bet tiny on the turn, went for the ace, just like, you know, I try to represent that ace king. Failed.
Now Artur is steaming. He's
I swear, if he played sixes, okay, good thing, because if he played sixes, I would have been mad.
I honestly feel that he probably had a comment. He's like, I already made a set last hand. Probably not going to make back-to-back sets. Bellamino Souza is going to try to get in the mix one more time, this time with Queen Jack, and got Thomas Mulocker to fold King Jack there, I believe. Thomas obviously is very short. So not a crazy fold by any means, but well done, Bellamino.
Oh
Mr.
no.
Haxton with aces.
Oh, thank God. I think, man, if Sergey didn't open, my man Mulak are 100% gone out of this tournament because he would rejam those eights into aces every single day. Whew, saved. Unless Isaac does something funny and just flat calls.
He won't. Yeah. I feel like there are people who make those plays, but Isaac Haxton is just not one of them. Thomas Mulak is saved, and Haxton probably not too happy about not getting any additional action on his aces.
He's king suited. Mr. Mulacher. It's like he wants to see, yeah, an Isaac open. Pick up some extra chips. All right, so if Thomas wins, how many points am I getting? Did you see, Roddy? 28 or something? It's a lot. You'll never catch up. You might as well just forfeit. Would you buy out immediately?
Why would I buy out?
Because I'm already on the leaderboard. You're not. Of the 3 episodes, I've got a 33% success rate right now.
All right. I want to share with our viewers, by the way, that I also suggested that instead of only getting points for the winner, you should maybe get points for how far your guy gets. Because Nananoka is very good at picking people that get eliminated first or second. And then once in a blue when he gets lucky, well, I'm a guaranteed top 3 pick kind of guy. Now, sometimes they get second, sometimes they win it. But Nano obviously didn't want to agree to those terms.
They almost always get second. What place did Ben CB get last week or last 2 weeks ago? Second.
Poor Ben. He went for a couple runs on Instagram. I saw the following days.
I was gonna say, yeah, he went on a vacation. But did you ever follow up to see? Did he ever talk about those pocket aces? Remember he folded aces heads up.
Yeah, but what do you think I'm gonna do? You think I'm gonna DM Ben and be like, "Hey Ben, why you folded aces, mate? Come on, what do you think I am, mate? If I was Ben CB, I'd be so pissed. I would perma ban and perma block me immediately. Of course, I'm not gonna do that. What's wrong with you?
I don't know. I thought you guys were on good terms or something.
Yeah,
right?
we are, but I'm not gonna be like, "Hey man, I know you just lost out on $60,000 or $70,000, but why would you fold aces there?" And I think it kind of made sense why he folded aces because it was very likely his opponent could have had a 2-pair, right? Or I think there was
you know, be even better. You message him, but instead of say, you should have said you should have called the aces. You just
no,
and then leave.
Hey, I would never DM someone and be like, "Yo." Like, if I ever meet Ben, maybe in like King's Casino or something, or in Vegas, then maybe you can talk about the hand, right? Then it's a cool setting. But I think to DM someone online is after he just took second place, that's so obnoxious. I would never do that.
I think ace queen suited should jam here.
Yeah.
25. Is that 25 bigs? Something.
Ooh.
Obviously, re-raising is okay too. Either way.
Seems like Bellamino Sousa does not watch too much Kevin Martin. Snap folded them sevens.
Well, we saw sevens get destroyed in the pre-show. Why the hell would you start playing sevens today? It's a bad day.
Goldo's actually been, at first I was like, he's not doing a lot. And now obviously he's picking up hands, but he's getting involved. Makes it 69,000 to go.
I think Goldo's satellited into.
Yep.
Maybe for 1K?
1K.
But he's playing it like he plays this regularly, just firing away.
You got to do something in Liechtenstein, mate. There's not much to do there. No people, only mountains. You may as well play some poker.
You actually get real good odds on Goldo. I think not too many people bet on him because they have no idea who he is. But just the fact that he's unknown, the stack he came in with relative to the other guys that were on the bottom too, like it's real sweet. I think he had 2x the stack of the other guys, but he's still getting 24-1.
Well, pretty much everyone believed that Isaac Haxton was going to win this week, eh?
Yeah, everyone against Haxton.
Surprised then that the odds were still so good. Like the main reason why I put $75 on Haxton as well is because like he's a big name player, he's a big stack. And then you're getting 5-1. It's not like one of those lazies 2.8 or 2.7 to 1, but like 5-1. That's pretty legit money.
It's definitely legit. I think the main reason is the way the chip stacks are dispersed is 4 people had 2 million chips. and that was basically all four people pretty much tied for the chip lead, which is Zagos, Isaac Haxton,
Oh,
Denisov.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
So like it's that kind of weird situation. Usually we have 2 or 3 guys maybe fighting for it, but four
Yes.
guys of exactly the same. And even then, the 4 guys with 2 million, the fifth place guy, he's not too far behind, sitting on like 1.3 or whatever. So it's actually a very different situation. Look at this
Yeah,
Jack 10.
no. There were four guys indeed within 10 big blinds from each other. Like Jerby
Yeah.
had 76, and then Sage had the most with 86. But I mean, Bellamy and Souza had less than 50. I think that's a pretty big drop off. But yeah, you're right. That probably had to do with it. That's basically four guys coming in with quite some chips. And then they obviously, if the odds would be too low on Isaac, then the odds would be very high for the other guys that actually come in with 2 million chips. So I guess they had to balance it out.
Yeah. But you know, like obviously he doesn't have a big chip lead, but you get the little better odds that you want, you know, the 4.7 to 1.
I
I
got
know you
5
don't
to
like
1, mate.
oh, you
Obviously,
got
the
5
odds
to 1.
change. Yeah, yeah, but I bet
Nice.
pretty early. As soon as it went live, I took a look. First thing I did when I woke up on Monday, I was like, all right, let's take a look who's our final table. I was like, oh, sick. Isaac Haxton, Anatoly. And at that point, I was still getting 5 to 1. So just place my bet
You probably
immediately.
saw Isaac Haxton made the final table, kept refreshing the page, waiting for final table betting to open, so you get the absolute best odds on him, right? And then you're like $75 down.
Did I do anything on Sunday? I feel like I didn't stay up super late. I think I had some StarCraft stuff. I don't know. It's been a busy week. Lots to do.
Well, the bottom ones are looking good right now, right? Because look at Anatoly and Thomas. They've got much better stacks than they started with. No one busted. Is this one of those different days today?
Yes, but like even the short stacks, I was looking at before. I was like, they actually still have quite some chips, right? Because now the two shortest stacks, they both have over 20 big blinds. It's not a whole lot, but 20 big blinds, that is more than enough. Oh my goodness.
Yes,
Reasonable flop for Mr. Mulaker.
keeps hitting the nut straight. Like, sure, the queen 10, he needed to catch up to get there, but he's got the nut straight here.
Just
Is he
call, right?
gonna?
Like, no, you
Yeah,
can't.
I mean, you could raise. Sometimes you're like, oh, I want to build a pot, but you do look quite strong when you start raising. That's why
I
you look
think you
strong
should
when you
just call,
raise,
yeah.
but when you call, sometimes they got a big hand and then some stupid cards are off, like a 10 or 9. He is going to go for a little raise, but obviously not going to work against ace deuce.
Nope. Bellamino's just going to fold this one. Yeah, I mean, obviously, if Bellamino would have had an ace queen, then this is obviously a perfectly fine play, or a king queen, then you would also get paid. But when they fold, you do feel a little greedy. Wow, Goldo's got queens, and Bellamino has ace jack. And Bellamino could be steaming a little bit because he missed out on a whole bunch of hands. Probably looked at the hands that he missed, and he hasn't won a hand yet since he started playing.
He's
Could be
playing
bad
this hand.
news.
Yeah, he's definitely playing his hand. Whether it's a call or 3-bet, looks like 3-bet's the choice. I think he's just going to get ripped on by Goldo.
I think if I'm Goldo, yeah, I just jam, right?
Yep, 30 bigs. Yeah, no
Queens.
other play, really. He's going to min 4-bet. He's going to go, look, I'm going to induce my opponent. Nah, I think
All in.
jamming is okay. He just calls. Interesting. Because he's playing some other hands quite wild, but in this one he decided to play the passive. But this might yield him some more chips.
It's a terrible flop for Bellamino other than the backdoor diamonds. I believe 2 aces got folded, maybe even 3, but I know 2 aces are gone. So for him, oh, that's such a... Do you see how quick he raised? Goldo, I love it. It's the 0.1 second check raise. I love it.
Goldo's the man. I think he's going to be the one that's like the new guy we don't know that just crazy.
I love that, mate. It's like... If you ever wondered, did he have a decision there? No, he didn't have a decision. That's so good. Oh, I love it.
Well, Bella Marino actually almost near the bottom. This guy was doing better sitting out.
I just knew you were going to say that.
Is that brutal, Roddy? I don't know.
Yes, that is brutal. But I think everyone will know what you mean. But yes, that is true. And I'm sure that Bellamino will also agree. He's like, damn it. Wish the internet was gone for just a little bit longer because this ain't working out.
I feel like every hand he's played, he's lost chips too. No, he's not playing them wrong. It's just bad timing. This is poker. You just lose sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. Don't think he's done anything wrong since he's back, but he hasn't won a hand either, and that obviously doesn't feel good.
Are you
Zagos picks up this one. Yes.
are you the guy who says you hate the phrase "that's poker"? I feel like you said we had a whole spew about this one day. Was it you?
Mm,
You have a
oh,
friend that tells you that's poker, or was it?
oh,
Was it?
yeah. I mean, people do that. I feel like almost nobody likes that, right? When you're pouring your heart out, you're like, "Oh man, I played so well," and then this and this, and then people are like, "That's poker." Like, obviously, it's annoying, but I don't think I ever ranted to you about it.
I remember. I'm like, it has to be you. You know why? I'm like, I don't talk to anyone else about poker.
Maybe it's something that I shared when I came to one of my streams where I was like playing the same tournament for like 6 hours, and then somebody hit a tree out of there on me in the river, and then the chat is like, "Well, that's poker, Roddy." I'm like, "Permaband, that's Roddy's channel. That's what it is."
That's a
Yeah.
good one. Oh man. Uh, so you'll be back streaming some poker soon, I assume.
Yeah, definitely. I do have tomorrow. I have a lot of StarCraft to do. I run a little talk show as well in the world of StarCraft, so I have to
Oh,
do that. And then we have a couple of
hold on. You do a talk show. Okay, so what do you guys talk about? Like, that's
basically what happened in the last week of StarCraft 2. So a couple of tournament results, some of the Korean tournaments, some of the European ones. But tomorrow is actually pretty special because most of the time we have people like me that like, we're somewhat interesting, but we're not super interesting because we stream all the time. But tomorrow I basically have the three best European StarCraft 2 players on the show. So like the legit big boys that don't normally do these kinds of things. So that's going to be really fun.
Yeah, that's cool. It's always cool to hear insight from guys that don't really do those kind of things, like the rare interview, right? That means so much.
That's a funny flop. 10-8-3, all diamonds. Haxton has the 5 of diamonds. Jerby has the 6 of diamonds.
Yeah, actually 2 6s are folded, so I'm like, how is Jerby going to win this hand? But it's actually a good flop for Jerby to win this board against the hand he's up against. Ace-5 offsuit, obviously quite an out-of-line raise.
Yeah.
But,
I'm
it's
like,
the
why is Haxton in this hand? I'm like, the button is there. I'm
it's the
like, he's
solver
free.
open.
Okay.
I don't even know if solver opens Ace-5 offsuit in this spot. This is just quite read dependent, I think. Bets the flop. The 4 might give him enough ammo to consider firing again. If he thinks his opponent can fold hands like, 7 6s on the turn, even with it, I don't think those hands can call again. It'll be quite tough.
Yeah.
But this is a tiny
Haxton
bet.
does bet again. It's a little over 3 big blinds.
Yeah, this bet's kind of actually designed to fold out hands like King Jack offsuit, like the Jack of Diamonds, like weak high card hands. Maybe like some 6s that are wrong color. Even yeah, he gets the wow. That's impressed. If you can bluff someone with a third pot on that board, and they got wow, that's just amazing. That's a good price on the bluff. Well done.
Yeah. But also, to be fair, pretty difficult hand to play for Jerby there, right?
Oh yeah.
It's like, are my 6s good? I don't know. Is my 6 of diamonds good? I don't know. It's pretty uncomfortable. And if he folds the 10s on that Queen XX low card board, then yeah, he's definitely going to fold the 6s there.
Yeah, it's like just annoying spot. Seems like Jerby and Souza just on a downswing. I don't think they've won a hand yet. He's gonna lose another one here.
And Jerby was one of the big stacks coming into this final table. Goldo has been crushing it, by the way. How the hell does Goldo have 1.4 million, mate?
Oh man, I should have picked Goldo. All right, so we're actually gonna go straight to a flop. Sergey didn't decide to 3-bet it. Unless Godo. Okay. Godo should. Oh well. Ace
King
2C.
6, baby. Did you read the tweet of Spraggy's fiance? That he apparently shoved super wide King 6 against Landon Tice in a tournament in Vegas. And then Landon called with ace queen, and then King 6 got there. Like when I read that tweet, I was like, hey, it's the Ben CV.
Oh no, I didn't see that one. I saw that she tweeted that she busted out King 6 or something, but no, I didn't know that was a story about that. Nice. Yeah. I think Landon got like so one of the news. I know we're so far behind now, but in the poker, he got second place in the WSOP online event. I thought the funniest part is he got second place. Can't win that heads up match either.
I think he's quite happy with second. I heard that It was very short. Like one of the other guys was tweeting about it, that he was basically railing him since there were like 14 or 15 left. He was
Mhm.
super short, all in multiple times, then ran it up, and eventually was chip leader when there were like 4 people left. So seemed like it was a pretty exciting run.
Oh, for sure.
Look at Jerby, mate. Jerby just wants to win hands. He's like, King 7 of diamonds, good enough. And he does take this one down. Wow, it's Bellarmino. Bellarmino is a shorter stack at this point.
Yeah, I know. It's quite brutal. So, Rowdy,
Hey.
you got 1K, okay? You get to play one event at the World Series. You can play the 1K PLO, you can play the 1K no limit. Which one do you pick?
I would have more
Tough?
fun. I would no, that's not that tough. I would have more fun in the 1K PLO, but I would have way better chances in the 1K no limit. So then I would play 1K no limit tournament. If you give me $1,000 to play a cash game, I'll play PLO 100%.
Mm. But you do choose a no limit tournament, right? It's
Yeah,
because
yeah.
you can't watch a full year of final tables to not play the same game, you know?
I enjoy no limit tournaments over PLO tournaments as well. Like in a way, it's just it all feels a little more familiar. People get out of line, man, in PLO tournaments too. It's wild. Like I love PLO cash games, but it's a very different dynamic than a tournament, especially if you only have like one life. And I think I'd prefer to play the no limit 1K.
Cool. I guess stack sizes are different too, right? Yeah, playing 100 big blinds or whatever in catch games. I'm not sure. Is the games, do people play 100 big blind or do they play less on
On
GG?
GG, the default, the max buy-in is 100. Yes.
Okay, cool.
But obviously, sometimes you get really big pots. I had a big one with Sasha. We were both playing 1-2 a while ago, and
Mhm.
she actually tried to bluff me. It was a pretty sick. What was it? Basically, she had aces, and the board was something like 8, 6, 6, 6 deuce or something, and I had pocket eights. And because we were both deep in the 1-2 5 card PLO, she bet like 250 big blinds on the river, and I was like, I literally only lose to quads. Like I had the
Mhm.
second nuts, but if there are 3 6s on the board, it's 5 card PLO, and she snapped it as well. And I was like, oh. And then like eventually I kind of called, and then I saw she just had aces, so she bet aces full. And I was like, oh no, I hope she didn't think I was slow rolling her,
Slow.
because that, yeah, that wasn't. I was like, it's not a nitty call. Look at this, by the way, it's nines versus
Yeah.
nines.
Yeah, this is actually quite interesting too because they're
Yeah.
actually pretty deep. The snap 3-bet, the small 3-bet. I think Zago's probably gonna see a flop here, but things can get dicey because Goto's on. I don't know what he does. His post log game's all over the place, right? He's gonna bet. If he bets here, he can take it down.
Yep.
I don't know. Can he?
I think he
He
will.
can.
He shouldn't take too long though. He's a fast player. Oh,
Check.
I check.
Once you start checking, you kind of go in that try to get the showdown mode though. So I feel like this is gonna chop it up. Maybe
This
I'm wrong.
might be our first. If it just goes check, 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 this might be our first emote of the evening. A haha. This is a perfect haha moment.
You and your emojis, man. You know when they're being used, don't you? All
Yeah.
right, let's see. I think it will go check check though for sure. As played.
Someone should, if everyone sees that this is nines versus nines, someone should pop a haha.
I mean, some kind of emoji's got to come out, right?
Yeah.
It is kind of funny. Hello.
Anyone, guys?
There,
Nice
hand.
hand.
It's not bad. Like you knew someone was gonna do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that works too.
Everyone else though, just
Mhm.
stone cold killers, huh? But Ogodo having fun. He ain't suited. He's out.
I think Anatoly actually used the Dan Bilzerian emote earlier. Now that I think of it, the WTF one or something.
Yeah. I just don't remember what the situation was, but that's funny because you actually gave like a whole spiel on them using emoji. You're right. You are so honed in to the most useless things. You know?
Yes. I mean, that's how I sometimes think about me, and of just general in life as well. People ask like, what are you good at, Roddy? And I sit there and I'm like, I'm really good at identifying Twitch chat trolls, man. Like when I see a message, I'm like, this is a new account. This guy has barely typed in my channel. Like I sniff him out immediately. I see a username. I'm like, this guy's gonna be weird. And then like the next question is like, hey Roddy, did you smoke weed today? And I'm like, I knew it. Like I'm really good at these things. It's just completely useless. It's a very useful skill to have, but I'm excellent at it.
Yeah, it's actually an interesting spot here. So, what do you say? She said, "Roddy, Randy, sup? What's up,
Yep.
Anatoly?" Oh, okay. So let's pause for 1 second. Oh wow, nice spot for Locker. What happened on that one was when check flop bet turn. And actually, Artur called a ace king high on a jack 9 8 4. It's pretty sick. And then Locker still bluffed it. What do you say?
He said SC2, one love, toss imba. Toss is Protoss. It's the race that I play.
Yeah, I know toss. Come on, I played a little bit of StarCraft 1.
Okay.
But do you notice that Anatoly purposely ignored about those pocket fours? Just like he's gonna pretend you never saw that he folded it.
I don't mind. It's small blind. If he was in the big blind, if he's closing the action, this is also emote moment. See, I want to cut. I told you it's an emote moment. When they show off the 7 deuce when somebody else jammed, that's an emote moment.
Wow, you are pretty good at this useless stuff. Well done.
Thanks. I'm gonna tell my mom. I'm really good at dumb things in life, mom.
So
wow, look at Zagos. This is a bit out of line. He's limping with 10-3 offsuit. I feel like when we started making these plays, Zagos is just saying, I can outplay you. Like with any 2 cards, apparently.
Yeah. Maybe a better word is ambitious. No, out of line. I feel like if you raising it, you're out of line. When you limp it, yeah, ambitious. But I think here's the oh, this is weird, huh? So you check back flopped and starts raising the turn. Ace 10. Interesting. We got some different plays today. I like it.
9 more minutes to go as Jerby has kings. Oh my goodness, and Goldo has aces. All right. Well,
wow.
Are we really going to lose Jerby as our first player, the man who came in with a top 4 stack, which was basically a top 1 stack, entered the final table with 2 million chips. He now has the ultimate no limit setup. Kings versus aces deep into the tournament.
This is so sick, man. Goldo gonna be the chip leader with 2.7 million. This is, every week delivers somehow. I already know this week is gonna deliver. If you give me Goldo with 2.7 million,
wow.
It's gonna be crazy. Well, 1 ace is dead. We saw that. I didn't see it with other people's hands.
I wasn't really paying that close attention either, but I didn't see too many kings. Can double check after the hand, but none of that really matters now. Goldo all in. Jerby's gonna call. Yep, I mean, you don't fold kings. I can't fault him for it. That's a so sick moment if I've ever seen one. Jerby needs to find a king and a king only, or he will be the first player eliminated. And we have a new chip leader. That's not paint. See, that's a so sick moment. I told you. Anatoly knows the meta as well. And Goldo is our new chip leader. And it's been a disastrous final table for Jerby. Honestly, just really unfortunate. I mean, this is sick.
Yeah, he lost like every single hand. Had some tough, annoying spots. Just out first. He did not expect that, right? Like when you get a top 4 stack, you want to at least get a couple pay jumps here, and I did not get a single one. First final table too. Wow.
And like you said, this wasn't a top 4 stack where it's like, okay, the top 2 guys have all the chips and the rest of the field is somewhat close. No, the top 4 guys had most of the chips, and then everybody else actually got smaller gradually. But yeah, that's pretty insane. He basically came in.
And the thing is, that hand he just lost there. That I was saying, the hand he lost there, right? Like, sure, he's been losing hands, but he still had like 40 big blinds. It's all gone, one hand.
Yeah, but it's kings. What do you do, right? What do you do? Can't fault him for it. Honestly, pretty sick.
Hold on. Is it Roddy? Is it time to say that's poker?
This has nothing to do with poker, mate. That's just gross. That's what it is. Bellamino makes a pair of 5s. Can our Brazilian finally win a hand? Even though he got the worst of it pre-flop. That 5 does improve his hand, but wow. The fact that he dares to bet this, by the way, bottom pair on a 4 straight board.
Actually, could get better hands to fold too, right? I think the logic here is actually if I don't bet this, he knows I don't have a 9. Now I'm in a funny situation. Because a 9 would always bet there. So he's just like, all right, I'm just going to bet it. I think I've got the best hand a lot, but just close it out.
Goldo, our Neil chip leader from Liechtenstein. He's going to open it up here with King Queen. Let's see what Bellamino decides to do with Jack 10. I always find it kind of funny. I really hate folding Jack 10 against button openings.
In the small blind, people generally play pretty tight. Just still got one more guy to act behind you. You got less invested than in the big blind. And it's not suited. Yeah, seems fine to me. So this is the first time we've got a Liechtenstein final tabler, I assume. Is he
How do
like
you
the
call
only?
those?
Is he the only one who's from Liechtenstein on GG? You think?
No, I don't think he's the only one from Liechtenstein, but he's probably one of the very few. I mean, there aren't too many people living in Liechtenstein. I'm pretty sure it's less than 1 million, right? I'm gonna look it up, but my guess is less than 1 million.
I think he's the only one on GG, honestly.
No. You never. If you ever think you're alone, the answer is no. That's like people who go on Twitter. Am I the only one who hates? No, you're never alone. Okay. Oh my God, Liechtenstein only has like 40,000 people. I said it's less than 1 million. It's apparently less than 100K.
Yeah, he's the only one then, right? Like it's very highly likely he's the only one.
No, you're gonna tell me worldwide you can grab 40,000 people and only one of them likes poker.
No, I'm not saying he's the only one that plays poker. He's the only one that has a GG account.
No, that's impossible.
Yeah, for sure.
If you're allowed to play from a country like Liechtenstein, which is a well-developed, civilized country, there is no way there is only one guy in that entire country that's like, you know what, world's best and biggest poker site. Yeah, I should make an account. No way, no. There's more. I would go with around a 175 accounts from Liechtenstein.
No, 3 max. No. I'm sure, look, I'm not reading chat, but I'm sure everyone agrees with 3 way more than 175, even though I think the answer is actually 1.
The answer is never 1, mate.
No. 175? You're joking, Roddy. Oh,
we can probably look this up. I mean, we've got some connections at GG. Maybe they would be willing to share some numbers with us.
Wow, you're ridiculous. Man, all right, this is going to be a long night. Let's go.
Okay, maybe 175 is a bit high, but I honestly think over 50. I'll go with over 50.
3. 3. It's like his brother's playing, his mom's playing, you know, that's it.
One big family. But what if he comes from a family of 7?
Oh, there we go. Or a family of 175, maybe.
Yeah, well, maybe everyone knows each other. But that's the thing, though. It's a small country. Everyone knows each other. He's like, hey, man, I've been playing on this website called GG. It's pretty cool. And then other people check it out, too. That's how it goes.
I mean, I'll give you that. Like, if he actually does shill it, and then, yeah, it's very, very possible.
Okay. If you... Obviously, this is a big hand. We're going to raise up the jacks. Bellamino should fold.
No.
If you're Goldo, right? If you're Goldo, and you make the final table of a 10K, so you play a 1K satellite, then you play into the $10,000 tournament. You tell your friends, hey, man, I just satellited into a 10K. Then you make the final table. You're going to tell me you're not going to tell all your friends that they can watch the final table on Tuesday. And then those guys are like, oh, my God, this is sick. They're making accounts right now. Between Sunday and a Tuesday, 20 new accounts from Liechtenstein, I guarantee you.
I mean, that's possible. What do you think pre-tournament? It's 3 or less, right?
Okay, not 3. And we have Kings for Anatoly. Can he get any action?
It's got the StarCraft 1 love, right?
StarCraft 2, mate. He loves both.
Okay, I don't know. Still Zergling rushing people.
Well, Haxton is doing him a little solid because I don't think that anyone else really would have done anything. What will Anatoly do with his kings? The problem is, since he's so short, everything he does looks strong, right? This is kind of the problem.
The weakest is actually jamming. Even that still looks strong.
Yeah,
he agrees. Yeah, I forgot what I was going to say. Moving on. Oh, yeah. That move, right? The Zergling move. They had
Yeah.
a name for it. I forgot what it was. Like 5
Six
pool?
pool. 6 pool.
6. Close. I
Or
thought
actually, no, maybe it's because you played Brood War. I actually have not played a lot of Brood War. Oh my god, aces and queens. Who cares about StarCraft? Well, I do, but not right now. Let's talk about this.
Ooh,
This actually could be a very, very, very big hand too, Nananoka.
that's all the chips. Wow, Goldo didn't hold on to his chip lead for very long now, did he?
Nananoko, no queens have been folded. Aces have been folded. We still need to see 5 cards. Hold on.
True. But yeah, if a queen does roll off, Sergey has no outs because all aces are dead.
Diamonds are irrelevant. Hearts could play. Oh, mate. This is probably our last hand before the break. Just so you know, we have been live for.
Hey,
well,
Goldo was passive with queens before with a smaller stack. Maybe things are different. Or maybe he plays the same way.
What do you mean he was passive with queens?
He called 3-bet with queens against
yeah, and he
ace-jack.
snap jammed in 0.1 second snap jam. That wasn't passive.
That's 4-bet. I mean pre-flop. He didn't get it in pre-flop with the queens. But anyways, aces obviously will probably jam here because this looks insanely strong by Godo. So you just got to think this guy's got kings.
I'll be like, oh, you got kings? I've seen this one before today.
Yeah.
I feel like Goldo's going to find a queen, mate. Oh, he just calls with the aces. And the hearts, 2 hearts on the board. But snap jam. Well, aces will call. Aces versus queens. Goldo needs running hearts. Or queen or a heart for Goldo to be the overwhelming chip leader. Does not get there, though. Sergey, the aces hold. And he goes up to 3.5 million. No extra accounts from Liechtenstein tonight. However, in these upcoming 5 minutes, you never know what's going to happen. Nananoko and I are going to take our very first break. If you're enjoying the show, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel, of course. And we'll be back in 5 minutes to continue our second hour of the High Roller Super Millions Season 2, Week 4.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Granu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, you know, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second hour of the High Roller Super Millions Season 2, Week 4, the weekly 10K. We are here every Tuesday evening, Central European time. It's Wednesday morning for Nanonoko, Tuesday afternoon for everyone in the Americas, where we are still trying to figure out how many players from Liechtenstein play over at GGPoker. We don't have an answer. What we do know is that Artur Martirosian has pocket eights and is going to open things up.
Yeah, but yeah, obviously there's some two brutal coolers. We haven't seen that really in a while. I feel like in our GG aces versus kings, aces versus queens, like just so quick in huge pots. They weren't like, oh, they each got 20 big blinds. They all both times 40 big blinds plus. And now look at this. Insta 3-bet the ace-3 offsuit back from break. Don't you get 5 minutes to cool off?
Yeah, the wheels are coming off. Goldo, mate. Chill. Look outside of your window. There are beautiful mountains.
Wow. What? Pocket
What?
eights in the muck from Artur.
Okay.
Whew. That's a big fold, man.
Yep.
Especially with a guy who just lost of aces. Playing ridiculous a little bit.
If Goldo is still in 30 minutes from now and he's going to look at that hand, he's going to be like, okay, I need to slow down.
Nice, though. Ace-10 suited. Solid hand to call or 3-bet. I think I like both options. Gonna go ahead and call.
I actually think in this case, Nanonoko, I would 3-bet because Zagos has been opening pretty wide, man. Like throughout this entire episode, obviously everyone can look at this stream. The players should notice at this point as well. Like Zagos opening under the gun or under the gun +1, that doesn't mean that much based on everything we've seen in the first hour.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I guess I'm trying to think what's on the curve other side. Something to think about. Maybe there's two guys with 20 big blinds. So let's just say you 3-bet and then they jam. Maybe you're forced to call off because you have to 3-bet a little bit bigger because the guy who opens deep. So I can see why maybe that comes into play too. But I know what you're saying. Stago seems like he's getting away with a little bit too much. He should be put in more tough spots, I guess is what you're trying to say.
Obviously, it was a pretty good flop for Sergey. Jack 10. Not too much to worry about. I don't think Zagos should really do anything here with his sixes. He's going to let it go. So Sergey, the man who came in as chip leader, obviously lost a lot of chips in the beginning, but got it all back with his aces. Is now extending his lead over the rest of the table. Bellamino Souza is still waiting for his first proper pot of the night. I think he won one hand where everybody folded, but other than that, it really hasn't been much for him.
Yeah, it's been very bad. King 10 suited, obviously not a nice spot. Gonna jam it still. Wow, he knows Sergey's game because this is a big play.
Yep. I like it. Well done. Takes a lot of courage and heart to make that move.
That's very read dependent play there. And to be fair, Sergey has been opening quite wide when he's got a big stack.
This could be something. Queen, Jack, sevens, ace, queen, king, queen.
Yeah, this is some little bit of powerhouse, huh? Ace, queen, sevens.
If sevens call, I think Anatoly should jam. Okay, now it gets really interesting, but he jammed last hand. Anatoly folds ace queen. I mean, you can't really fault him for it, I think, but maybe could have thought about it for a split second because he also jammed the previous hand.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I'm not too sure what the answer is. I mean, let's say his opponent is jamming on a middle position open from middle position, so it's a little bit stronger than normal. Anatoly still has multiple people to act, right? Two blinds, like two blinds, and then the original opener. So like, it's probably quite marginal, I guess is what I want to say.
What do you think if it was ace queen suited?
Suited always changes things. So I always think if it's close, if it's suited, it becomes a call. If it's not, it's a fold. But
He folded pretty quick. I mean, it's not that I hate it, but
I still think he would have folded the suited one. But
ace king we're calling.
Uh, no one folds ace king, Roddy.
Okay. Zargos flop stop pair and Artur flop stop pair as well, but the 9 is no good here.
Yeah. 6 is not a great flop against two opponents. Okay flop against one, but against two, not looking good. Ace on the turn, everyone's scared.
Yeah, nobody likes that. This may actually help Thomas. If this goes check again and Thomas bets.
Yeah, it's also scary to bet because it's reasonably likely someone shows up with an ace too. I don't know. It's tricky. You bet and get called, you're like, oh man, I don't know what to do. You might still fire though. Would get a lot of respect. Let's check.
Now Zagos thinks there's no way that he wins the hand anymore, but he actually does. If Thomas Muleke doesn't bet now.
I think Thomas knows he can't win. The question is, can he get a hand to fold? The two better hands to fold.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. It's hard to fire because you're just like, I don't have anything. But like, doesn't it seem like if one of these blinds had something, they would be betting by now?
Yeah. I think it's worth 3 big blinds. But he doesn't. So Zagos will actually be the one ends up winning this. And I think Artur looks at his hand and be like, oh, could have been worse. So I guess he's not too upset about it. Kings and nines. Uh-oh, Goldo.
He's drawing dead, man. He's got no nines if he gets it in. Don't get it in, Goldo.
He's not drawing dead, Nanonoko.
He's drawing dead. There's 2 nines dead. How do you win? This is
with a straight? 9? With a flush?
What is a straight and what is a flush? I don't even know what those are.
Oh, yeah. 6, 7, 8, 10.
Well, we know Isaac's going to 3-bet this 2 kings. He's hoping for a Goldo, like, tilt jam.
If Goldo jams, I do agree with you that we can probably say goodbye to him.
I think he'll call. Oh, didn't even call. Nice. Saved. He calmed down.
He knew the nines were gone. Ace Jack for Anatoly. Pocket 3s on the big blind.
Actually, we're getting dealt lots of interesting spots now. King 6 is the one opening, I feel. The solver. This is solver special, man. There we go.
Isn't it funny that it feels like Isaac Haxton has been playing really well, and then he also had aces and kings, and he pretty much has the same amount of chips as what he started the final table with.
Yeah, he got no action on those aces and kings. He's actually won more chips with ace 5 offsuit now, king 6 suit. In the same position too, I'm pretty sure. That's how it is. Flops top pair, weak kicker.
Just gotta bet it.
Yeah, see what happens.
Goldo plays real quick, man. I want to see a heads up between Goldo and Romachka, 4 tables.
Yeah,
that's some serious button clicking right there.
Those hands will be unanalyzable, but will be pure entertainment. I'd like to see a little rip here of ace queen. Or
kind of unfortunate for Anatoly. He has ace queen, he folds. He has ace jack, he folds. He opens king jack, and he ends up losing chips. Well, the other 2 times he would have had the best hand.
Ace 5 suited, solver special. There we go. Must open. You just must. If you don't study solvers.
Should you study solvers, Nanonoko?
I mean, if you suck, yeah, of course. If you're good, you should. Yeah, so pretty much you should. But,
okay.
No,
All right,
I
let's
mean, it's up
say
to you.
you are playing in a certain way, right?
Mhm.
Just makes sense to you. You're coming off the best year of your life. You've done really well. You've not crushed everything, but you've done incredibly well. It's the best poker year of your life. Would you adjust your game because the solvers tell you to adjust your game?
I don't. I no, I wouldn't. I don't recommend it. The reason is, let's just. I'm not sure what game setting this guy, the person that you're talking about, is. Like, is he playing live? Obviously, that plays differently. But if things are working really, like you're doing really good,
Yeah.
when you start adding new strategies in, really changes your game. It might mess up. Like maybe the stuff you're doing is really good against opponents you're playing against regularly, right? But when things start to go downhill, that's when maybe I'll start to, okay, not doing so good this year, or I'm not winning as much. Let's start bringing extra strategy to my game and go from there.
You know what I just noticed? That Anatoly Filatov has a green name. I haven't seen too many green names. I
The
wonder what
GG
that's.
official, I think,
Ah.
like a team official ambassador kind of thing. So not
Elke
one of
has an
those.
orange name. Wow, look at Isaac Haxton jamming the 5-4 of clubs from the small blind.
Is Elke's really orange? I have no idea.
Yeah, I have not
Hmm.
seen green. Kings again for the goal, though. Yeah, maybe that's Neil. I don't know. You know, it's actually. Have you ever watched the streams of the Russian no limit cash player called Inner Psycho? Have
Oh
you ever
yeah, yeah.
watched?
No, I used to play with that guy so much, but I've got a little story for you. But go on. What about him?
No, nothing. That I watch his stream sometimes, and even though
Uh,
it's in Russian and I get it, I actually think his stream is really amazing. And obviously, he used to stream at different sites, but he's been very active over at GG as well. I don't even know if he joined like officially, if he's like a partner to some way, but
yeah,
he's been playing a lot on GG.
yeah. I
And
think
while I was
he.
in Stockholm, I took a look at this. You know what's really cool about Twitch is that you can obviously make clips, right? And then you can sort out all the clips to the best clips. And I was like,
Uh-huh.
hey guys, I was like, this dude is proper funny because I've seen him be like pretty upset. So we went over his clip history and we took a look at some of his like clips with the most views. And all of them, without without exception, are hands where people suck out on him and he just explodes and he gets proper angry. And there is nothing like an angry Russian to me. Like I find it very amusing. So I
Yeah.
highly recommend checking that out one day.
I've met this guy a few times too. He's really cool, really friendly, right? But yeah, he's Russian. He just gets mega tilted, right? Like just thing. And it's actually funny. I was playing on a site. We're playing. I was playing 2550 cap. Do you know what cap is,
No,
Brody? The cap is
no.
basically the max you can bet in a single hand is 20 big blinds. So this
Okay.
is the 2550. It'll be 1K a pop. The max you can bet throughout the hand. Your stack could be more, but you can only bet 1K. So I'm playing 2550 cap, and I'm playing some other guy, and they left. And Inner Spy, he normally grinds like the same games I do, like 3-6, 5-10, and 2-4. I was gambling it up, right? So he sits at my table. He wants to play. He plays me heads up because I'm playing like just some random guy's heads up. Like maybe I'm
No.
a little. What happened?
Sorry. Isaac Haxton is sitting out and he's got queens.
And Mulacher has Ace Jack. That's the worst too, because that is a reshuffle potential hand. Oh, that's brutal. That is brutal. But can I continue my story now?
Yeah, sorry, mate. I mean, that was a
Yeah.
pretty big deal. I'm sorry, but go
Yeah,
on.
yeah, no, I didn't know. I didn't even see that. But anyways, playing 2550, heads up cap. But he doesn't play this game because he plays like 100 big blinds, 3-6, 5-10, and stuff like this. Sits at my table. We play heads up for a little bit. I beat him for like 50K, I think, or like 25 to 50K. I can't remember what number it was, but it was like and he quit. He was on steaming. Maybe I ran a little good, right? And I think he said that he had to go back. He had to drop in stakes and grind back his roll. Like he had, say he was playing 5-10. He had to move down to 2-4 for like 6 months or something after that. And he'll always say the story like several times. He'll say it when we're in person, or he'll say it to other people on his stream. But yeah, here.
You know, Isaac Haxton, this hand is gonna show that he had queens. That's
Oh yeah,
that's my GGPoker analysis.
there you
There
go.
you
You're
go.
right. Jesus Christ, how do you know this stuff?
Because I play a lot of poker in Nanoko.
Wow.
That's why.
You're
Yeah, that's
successful.
really unfortunate for Isaac Haxton. Now, Obviously, Bellamino opened, so Isaac could have 3-bet, and then maybe Thomas doesn't go for it with ace-jack, of course. So it's not a guarantee that ace-jack would have gotten it all in there,
Yeah.
but yeah, still really unfortunate because Haxton would have won some chips, and now he didn't.
Yeah. No, I actually don't think Milocker would have got it in because he folded eights in a similar spot. But normally Bellarmino probably a lot of guys
Shouldn't
don't open that spot. So yeah, he would have lost his stack. But
Uh-oh.
it's not as bad.
No. No.
Come on, who's called with the eighth? Come on, you're tilted. 8-3 suited. Let's go.
No, you cannot.
Oh.
You know, my little inner cycle story. This is what I shared with my StarCraft 2 friends, and they all started laughing. Milocker has got pocket fours, but don't think he's going to get any action. Unless he just raises and Sergey calls with queen 10 of spades, we might see a flop.
7-8 suited would definitely see a flop. Just don't. Every reg folds. Okay, thank God. Go on. What's your story?
So I told this to my StarCraft 2 friends. They all left. I was like, hey, Todd. Todd is my French friend, and he plays a lot of poker. He loves playing cash games and tournaments as well. I was like, you know Inner Cycle? He's like, yeah, a little bit, but not really. Why? His queen 10 flops the open-ender. 7-8 doesn't flop a whole lot. I was like, yeah. One day I stopped by his stream, and he's like talking in Russian, and I was in the gym. This was even before Corona. And he's like talking in Russian, and I was like, you know what? I'll just be a nice Twitch chatter. I was like, hey, man. Hope you're having a good day. I just want to say that I really enjoy watching your stream, even though I don't really understand it. And then he's like talking in Russian. And he looks at the chat. He's like, Rotterdam. I am down 6 buy-ins today. So no, I am not having a good day. But hello. And I just started laughing. I was like, well, I'm sorry, mate. That's not what I was going for.
That's a good one. That's real good. Like you can't tell if like he's salty or, but that's kind of funny too, right? Like wow,
exactly. Because he has this very stoic look on his face. And he's like, no, I'm not having a good day.
But hello. That's pretty funny. That's good. You're on point today, Roddy. Stories wise, emoji when they're. I think you've gotten emoji about 3 or 4 times correctly already today. And my 5s missed a set. Should have hit a set. Oh, just everything's lining up perfectly. I'm a little bit worried. I feel like you might have picked the winner. Can I do that yet, Roddy?
And I mean, at this point, there's no way that you're that powerful. This is still anybody's game, but I feel really good about Isaac Haxton. I also believe that if Haxton gets heads up with Sergey Denisov, obviously poker is poker. There's no guarantee, but I do definitely favor Isaac Haxton there. So we'll
100%.
see. Let's see what Anatoly does with ace and 9. Goldo. Fee pip, close to 30%.
10-3 suited. Is he chip leader? Not even close.
No, mate. Not even close. Anatoly hits us with the running hot. And he says, thank you very much.
Nice shot there.
Yeah, solid.
Wow, look at that. Deuce 4, deuce 4, deuce 4. Do you see that? I've never seen that.
And then Isaac Haxton has 7 deuce. He's got him dominated, mate.
Yeah. All deuces around in the 4-4-4.
I actually like to see this. Ooh, the 2 shorties, 2 very good players. Small blind, big blind. Anatoly raises 10-3. Thomas Milocker has Jack 8. So like, hey man, we're both short. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Anatoly
Actually,
winning 3
when you're
hands
both
in a row.
short, it looks like extra strong too, right? So that's why he did that. Snap raised. Pocket 8s. Should be a no action hand, I imagine.
Well, that's nice for Bellamino. Pretty much jams. It's not even a raise anymore. Unless it's Pi, then it's just an open, but...
You know, I know who Pi is in real life. He's been playing those 10K poker opens or whatever. I don't know if you know. There's the one that Daniel won. You know that series.
Yeah,
it's a series, and he's been making some final tables over there. So like, I don't know what he does. He probably plays the same way, just opening 10x, but he's got something run good.
Okay, I did not know that. I have to admit that I just don't have the time to watch too many of the other like live tournaments that are sort of happening over at PokerGo. I do always watch highlight clips, and I think it is very fun. And if I ever get bored or I just want to take a little break from work, then I'll definitely try to catch up on some of the content I've missed. But I do always kind of read up on what's been happening and who's been winning.
Did we ever talk about Helmuth beating Daniel Negreanu the third time? I don't know when that
No,
happens,
that
but
was pretty recent.
yeah, maybe that's what happened during our 2 week break. Yeah.
Because that's when Doc Pork was inspired to make a video again.
Right. Yep. You're right. Yeah, that was. Obviously, I don't mean. Did you must have heard about that 8-3 suited hand by now?
Yeah,
Against
well,
pocket
I
deuces.
yes, I saw it. I saw it. Yes,
Yeah. Well,
yeah, it was
such
ridiculous.
he's crazy. I
8-3.
don't know, just crazy. Would love to see Phil. Possibly one of the most ridiculous hands ever in poker. I think both odds.
Yeah, I did watch the video that Doc Pog made where he talked about some of the things that Phil has been getting a lot of love for, but he's like, you shouldn't forget that there are also plenty of moments where he's completely wrong and he does similar stuff. But then that's obviously not fun to talk about, so people don't really talk about it that much. But yeah, he definitely gave him a lot of credits.
Yeah, he actually gave
Goldo.
him more credit than I expected. Yeah, nice.
Phil is Goldo got queens again.
Queens.
I
It's
don't
funny,
think
he
he's gonna
gets
get too
lots of
much.
premiums, but he's still. Usually, when you get a lot of premiums, right, you don't feel a need to force action. But then he's playing like 10-3 suited and all sorts of crazy stuff as well. So it's quite interesting.
Yeah.
He's 4. That solver 3-bet. It's like close enough. Offsuit. Not in the big blind, but
I wouldn't actually hate it,
tank.
especially not against Zagos, who once more just has been opening a lot of hands that are far away from premiums. So I don't think it would be a bad move at all by Sergey. It's actually something I would appreciate, but this time it would not have worked because Goldo has queens. Just calls.
What?
Oh wow, what a flop, by the way, mate.
Whoa.
What a flop. Top pair and an open ender for Zagos and the backdoor diamonds. And Goldo has queens. I think Goldo is gonna snap raise this real big. I think he's gonna raise real big.
For sure. Okay, he just calls.
Wow.
He's misreading his
actually-
hand. What's going on? Just calls pre-flop. Just calls flop. He's just like, I hate queens. Is it because he lost? He lost a lot of chips with queens.
Yeah, that's true. That 5 is actually a good card, right? It takes away some of the outs of Zagos. A 6 is no longer good for Zagos.
Yeah, interesting bet here, actually.
I think he raises.
He can. It's hard to imagine Zag. Really? He actually typed in really and calls. Who does the really and call? Mid-hand.
Okay, that's a meta I'm not familiar with, man.
Is there emoji somewhere?
This is where I would use not sure if.
He's up 2 million though.
Or it's so confusing. Wow, that's yeah, we never see that, mate. People typing, really, question mark, and then still calling. Like that's weird.
With 1 card to go, right? It's not like, oh, it's a river card, right? Like closes the action. Huh, there's still a card to go. Oh, interesting. But hey, all I want to say is I hope this Liechtenstein guy keeps playing because he is making it fun. I want to say he's becoming just equally as epic as a Romashka, you know, like they just play crazy.
See what he does with 10-9. Expecting him to open, but he also has to know that Isaac Haxton is still a very big stack. And you don't want to mess with Haxton too much if you don't have to. Let's see what Bellamino Souza does with ace-5.
20 bigs.
Whoa.
I think he's just like, I'm going to simplify things against such a strong opponent. If you got it, you got it.
Actually sick, man, because I think that if you're Haxton here, you actually believe that King 10 is good quite often, but it's 20 big blinds. That's so hard to call off.
Yeah, for sure.
Pretty wild play, though. What do you think Haxton does there if he has King Queen?
King Queen suited? I think he calls. King Queen offsuit? I think he side folds. I don't know. It would be a plus chip EV call 100% just from pure math. Oh god, you did not deal this guy pocket 4, did you?
He's gonna
Totally
open,
not.
and we're probably gonna see a flop.
Oh,
And we're gonna make a set, baby. Bellarmino Souza, his run bet is over.
Isaac,
As
3
he
bet him.
hits
3 bet him. Get him to fold. No. No. Come on, Thomas. Dude, make some crazy ace 3 offsuit non-solver jam. Something.
why would Haxton bet the guy who has a set? Well, he doesn't have a set yet, but this is actually
the
the
best
kind of
hand.
flop where we're gonna see. Oh, don't
Oh, no,
disconnect.
don't.
We
Not
should
now.
definitely see another card here, maybe even 2 more.
That's true. Yeah, you're free rolling me right now, aren't you?
A 4, 4 of
definitely
hearts. A 4 of hearts is a spicy one. Come on.
We for sure see a turn card though. Like I just can't see a way around it. Guy's not checking the full pocket fours. Whew.
Might see a river card.
You know, you gotta protect your hand, Bellarino. Start betting those fours. Get those ace highs to fold. No, he checks. Dang it.
One more shot, Pocket 4 crew in the chat. And everyone that predicted Pocket 4 to make a set on Twitter.
Oh, so close. So
Ooh,
close.
So close.
I think this will check, yeah. But so you go to a YouTube official page or whatever. You win something if you click correctly. Do you know?
Well, I don't know. You have to click correctly. I think you also have to participate in the tweet. I have to admit, I really don't use Twitter very much. But
No, I'm talking about the YouTube official, the new one. The one on YouTube. There's a poll.
Yeah, I know,
Oh,
but that has to do with what's happening on Twitter too, mate.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
my social media these days. Just done.
Because they're taking screenshots of the poll. Hey, Pocket 5s for you.
Got me excited, but
What?
bad position.
Yeah, but you might actually see a flop.
It might. I hope so.
It's possible. Oh, he folds. Imagine if he would have flopped the set too. Second one.
We're gonna see one. We're gonna see a flop. Actually, 8-6 suited for sure is calling, right? Oh, close. I'm just kidding. It's annoying. This little extra side bet you decided at the last second just tilting me now.
That's my strategy.
We should be tied. 100%. Artur folded. Remember? Pocket 5s. Did you figure out what the giveaway thing was? You do win something, is that right?
Yeah. Of course you win something. Otherwise people don't participate, mate. 5 times $25 GG master tickets up for grabs. So they give away 5 $25 tournament entries.
Nice. Free money. So that's always a good thing. It's kind of like the GG care, right? Didn't you say you got top 3 or you won it? I can't remember.
Second place, I think. Second or third. Yeah. One of my days in Sweden, I was running so good that even in the GG Care tournament, I was running good. Pocket 3s make a set for Zagos, and that was much needed for him because he's been bleeding chips, mate.
I could have picked pocket 3s. I'd be on the leaderboard right now. Ace deuce here, because I think it's a reasonable hand to c-bet, especially against a small blind flat call. They're going to have like queen jacks and stuff like this that probably just going to check fold. A set of 3s. I think I like a check call. I feel like he's going to raise though, but I think I like a check call. I think when you flat the small blind, you actually have a lot of pocket pairs too, like 7s, 8s, and 9s. And when you check call on an overcard board, they try to move you off of it a lot of times.
I feel like tonight can be summed up by greed, but it apparently works as Isaac Haxton makes the call with a couple of backdoors, question mark?
Pretty much, yeah. The way Zagos is in playing, I haven't seen him get too out of line yet, have we?
Only he's very aggressive pre-flop, but if he doesn't connect at all, I feel like he tends to give up quite easily. So when he starts check raising, it does seem a bit strong.
Yeah, it seems like a small little misstep from Isaac Haxton, but you know, sometimes you got to read and it's wrong. It's okay. You got to know when to get out.
As you guys can see in the bottom left side of our stream, the Battle of Malta is still going on. It's basically just a lot of tournaments with a very fancy table graphic. I believe it will run till the 25th of July by the looks of it. I'll hop into the mix. Last year, I actually really played a lot of the Battle of Malta events. So we have Ace 4 duking it out with Ace 8. Maybe Haxton can get some of his chips back. That's pretty cool. It's really nice that GG runs a kind of special series each and every single month. They even ran the short deck series. They obviously do the Almaholic series too. And then, of course, you've got the big ones coming up soon with the WSOP.
Oh yeah, the bracelet events, right? You actually get a bracelet, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Now, did you ever play one of those short deck tournaments or no?
No, I didn't get to it. But to be honest, man, I would be punting. Like, I punt in short deck. I know it.
All right, so check down.
Maybe a tiny bet, Mr. Haxton. What about 94,000?
I'd like to see a third pot bet. I think you try to get called by like a king queen. Very, very likely given positions. Small
It's
bet it is.
A little bit bigger. Zagos may actually pay off.
I mean, it seems like mandatory, right? You check down to this river, one bet in, get to see a showdown.
I love how the pot exactly became 500k. What the hell? That's so special. Ace Jack suited and Ace Queen offsuit.
So, how does Sergey have 3.2 million? Is this just
Aces?
Like less? Oh,
Aces.
I'm like, he doesn't. He like, I just don't know how he always has more chips, but he does.
Well, when you get aces versus queens, you win a lot of chippies. Kind of annoying when you get 3-bet immediately with ace jack. It's not the biggest 3-bet. I wouldn't actually hate a call here, just to see if you can flop something juicy.
Yeah, I think like that.
Yep.
With this hand and that price, definitely calling seems fine. Because even if you're up against kings, like you got clean outs, not much more. Maybe three raising non-premiums and like ace queen, not the premiums of hands. Like you can steal it later too.
Yep. Obviously, ace queen is still good, and Haxton does have one of the outs that Bellamina is looking for, but any jack is still good too. So, oh, that's a very bad card for Haxton, because he probably looks at his queen of diamonds and be like, "All right, that's a nice little backup," and then you also think that you have a gutter ball now.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
and you might
Souza has the
occasionally have the
nuts.
best hand too, right? Like
Yeah. I don't see Haxton folding here. I don't think I would fold.
this is a nice size bet too, because a lot of times when your opponent checks back this flop, they have got a lot of ace highs. So betting small to make sure they can, and you hold an ace of diamonds, so you know he can't have the ace of diamonds. Betting small gets those hands a call.
He's not holding the ace of diamonds. Or you mean Souza?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm saying the fact that he has it is like if he bets big, his opponent might fold a hand like ace queen without the biggest diamond.
Mm-hmm. That 6 is not the card that Souza was looking for. Would have been much better for him for Haxton to pair his queen or another diamond to roll off. There's a good chance that Haxton would have paid off some chips then. This is a very big and maybe not greedy bet, but this doesn't work out. Haxton does lose a few more chips though, and Bellarmino Souza is completely back. You remember when he was down to 500 something K or maybe 600K? Now he's at 1.6 million again.
Yeah, I was telling him, man, this guy hasn't won a pot. He would have been better off losing. Now he's doing fine. Back to where he was. I don't know what he started with, but
This is more than what he started with, man. He started with 1.2 million.
It's good memory.
You say good memory?
Yeah, good memory.
No, mate, I have that open on my second monitor. I mean, I appreciate the compliment, but I can't be lying over here. No, I have the starting stacks open on my second monitor.
Good use of brain. That's the first.
Haxton c-bets the ace king. Bellamino has nothing, so he lets it go. Haxton wins a few chips back. It feels like tonight, no matter what happens, no matter if we have good cards or bad cards for Isaac Haxton, he's married to having 2 million chips. He's not allowed to have a whole lot more, and he's also not allowed to have a whole lot less. This probably has been the most quiet performance that Artur Martirosian has ever had at our final table. Like, I cannot remember ever watching 90 minutes of Artur without him getting barely involved.
Yeah, he's actually purposely like dodged some spots too, right? Like folding
with the pocket eights.
Yeah. So, Artur, he's more of a guy with a big stack. Middle stack, he's
Oh,
a different guy.
I'm
Jam.
worried because I think Haxton might actually limp, and then Anatoly could jam, and it would be bad news. Okay, never mind. I was just worried. Anatoly should just let this go. Like I know it's like queen six
It's not gonna.
suited.
But like, if the raise is so small, like, cause he didn't even make it 3x. It's like It's like 1.5 BBs more. I think you have
Yeah,
to
okay.
call. Price is too good. Don't you? It's a real you in sucker bet.
Yeah. It works out. Haxton flops top and bottom pair, and he checks. That's a very, very tricky one. Ooh, Anatoly does make bottom pair. Haxton is gonna bet now, though. I think that obviously Filatov is very good, and I think he must kind of know how Haxton plays too, and he knows that Haxton can do a lot of things. And I think that check, in a way, actually looked somewhat strong. Now Haxton goes for a very tiny bet on the turn.
Yeah, like, I would think this queen six would fold, right? Like, yes. And even if you're up against a draw, man, they've got so many outs against you. He does call though.
Yeah.
Just done.
Now Haxton is gonna bet a bit bigger. Anatoly will fold, unless he wants to turn his hand into a bluff because he does have a queen. But don't recommend it.
Yeah, I highly don't. Haxton's just wondering what price he could get paid off by. Probably thinks the opponent has a lot of jacks. So against that, you might.
He goes for all of it. Well, that makes it easy for Anatoly.
For sure. Especially the 10 is like a card where, maybe his opponent's bluffing with like a 10-8 now. You call with a pair of sixes and lose. Hope not.
Yeah.
I think this hand's just too weak.
Don't do it, Anna. This would be a very silly way to go out, I think. Yeah. And it does suck, obviously. Now Filatov is down to 11 big blinds. Not a place where you want to be. Ooh, blinds go up, so it's even less than that. At least now we are in all-in or fold territory.
When you said all in a fold, I just thought about the all in or fold tables.
Yeah, me too. With Matthias Eibinger, he has 2 buy-ins of me now. I want them back.
2? I thought you only gave him 1.
No, I gave him another one. I was drunk.
All right, cool.
This one, my percentage was slightly better. Just didn't hit. It happens.
I think last time you said you were like almost drawing dead. You
Yeah,
flopped a flush or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, that one wasn't good. Hey, Artur has got pocket fives from Eagle.
He
Let it
folded
go.
again. Last
You know,
time,
it'd be sick if
what else?
Haxton opens and Anatoly jams. Haxton is wrong dead. Well, not wrong dead, but
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's drawing dead. 2 deuces gone.
this would be and like Haxton might even call because the jam is so small that you might just be like, well, let's flip against Queen Jack or Ace King, anything really. This would be an amazing moment for Filatov to jam. Absolutely amazing.
I guess he's wondering, does he have fold equity with this stack? And you do, not that much, but you definitely do still have 8.5 big blinds. If he didn't think he had fold equity, he probably wouldn't go with it. But the fact that he thinks he does, he is, man.
I think Haxton might call though, right?
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Drawing
insane
dead.
for Filatov. The deuces. This is where Thomas Mulacher and Zagos also show that deuce, by the way. Oh, counterfeit. That could get. Oh, they could play the board with a jack or an 8. They play the board. He's so
Pretty
gross.
funny. That'd be really.
That could
funny.
be an 8. Oh, it's
No.
a 10.
Close.
Thomas, show your deuce. Zagos, show the deuce. No. They don't want to rub it in, but they did emote. Ace Queen versus Kings. Well, Ace Queen suited, mate, and Zagos obviously has been pretty aggressive.
Yeah. This is all in territory, I think. Or is it? I'm trying to think.
19 bigs.
2 guys with
versus-
11 big blinds. I'm not sure what's gonna happen. Seems
I think
like a
Kings.
call.
I think Kings race and Ace Queen jam and Kings call. I think that's what's gonna happen. King's raise, ace queen jam, king's call. And Anatoly needs spades or an ace. Oh, kings will just jam.
I don't know if can you really fold ace queen suited here? Like if Zagos is doing this with ace jack,
Oh,
yeah, you can't.
Anatoly makes the call. And he's gonna have to find an ace. I didn't see too many aces. There's the ace. Needs to hold though. He needs to hold. He's not there yet. Needs to avoid kings and tens. No king, no 10. And Anatoly gets a massive double. That could be a 10. It could be a 10. It is a 10. Oh, Zagos re-sucks out on the river. And that is the end of Anatoly. He goes out in 8th place. Unfortunate. Oh man, it sucks to go out like that as well. As like, then don't hit at all, right? Like it sucks to hit and then still lose.
I completely agree with you. Those are the worst, right? Like, why did you give me that hope just to take it away? As play, I think it's standard. Like his opponent's shoving worse, especially hands that dominate. Like, yeah, I was gonna say, I was ready to actually say StarCraft Love, One Love, or whatever it was, but no, just GG.
Oh, that's man. He would have had a big stack as well. If he wins that, he has 2.2 million chips basically, because they pretty much have the same stack. He would have been second in chips, mate. If Anatoly wins that hand, he would have been second in chips. Oh, painful. Wow, Deuces just made a set or a full house.
Yeah, meanwhile.
So we lose our second player, and that's actually still not a whole lot. Sometimes we lose 3 players in the first hour. We even had once where we lost 6 players in the first hour. Now we've lost 2 players after 100 minutes of poker. Oh, painful way to go out for Anatoly. Makes me a little bit sad. Still was a solid pick by me, in my opinion, because he was a river card away from being second in chips, and you had 30-1 on him. So you know what? Not a bad pick.
Yeah, no, it's not too bad. Let's see, Zagos, 2.2 million. But actually, to be fair, those bottom 2 guys, Mulacher and Anatoly, they did all right so far. I mean, obviously one's still in, but they did okay for those short stacks. You know, they already got a double each.
No, Anatoly technically 2 doubles. 1 double, then lost some chips, and then another double. 3s against deuces, with both deuces being dead.
All right, yeah, I forgot. It's a funny one.
Zagos makes a pair of queens here on the turn, so maybe his luck has turned around. Obviously, he's been getting involved throughout the entire night, lost a lot of chips, but now he's back to where he started. He's about to have more chips than he ever had. I want to be like Sergey, man. I feel like Sergey has no decisions. Nothing. Just sits there. And every now and then he wins a big one. And the night goes on.
But Archer, I'm just thinking Archer's been quite tight. I want to see him play
Ace
hand.
king, ace queen. Thomas Mulacher might get some
might.
chippies.
This is a full double when Nanonoko picks you to win the tournament.
No.
So I don't you need to see another card.
Will Zagos call off with ace queen as Mulacher jams 11 big blinds on the gun?
I think he should.
This calls. Needs to find a queen. He's going to receive the bad news that at this point his kicker is no good. Can Zagos find a queen? Yes, he can. Mulacher needs a king or a jack. Mulacher needs a king or a jack, or it's all over. And it cannot be a king or a jack of hearts. Well, that's not a king or a jack. Zagos, man, he's winning all the chips now. That's a lovely one to win. And then Anoko Kura strikes again. Thomas Mulacher is out in 7th place. Just like that, we lose 2 players in 3 hands.
Yeah.
Wow.
The 2 bottom guys, right? We're just hyping them up not too long ago. They're out, man. Mulacher actually got it in good, got sucked out on. Whereas Anatoly, you know, he actually got it in quite bad. But
not too bad. Ace queen suited.
Sure.
That was that 31% or something.
But Mulacher got one of those bottom finishes again, just rounding up. He's already got all those scores, the 7, 8s, and 9s. He doesn't need any more.
He definitely has a 7, mate. Zagos is unleashed at this point. Gonna raise it up here and gets Haxton to fold. Haxton actually has the fewest amount of chips now. I really wonder. Now we finally got rid of Mulakar and Filatov, who have been quite short. Wow, look at these hands. Ace Jack, Ace 10, pocket fives, Ace Queen. Will Artur finally start playing poker tonight?
He has to, right? Because everyone else. Did pocket fives just fold? I'm getting so mad right now, Roddy. Whew, so steamy.
The two big boys. Artur.
And
Actually,
I can see a flop. Oh.
oh my god, I didn't. I was like, what are you talking about? I was like, yeah, okay, he gets a jack, but what's the big deal? Oh my god, the second time tonight that pocket fives would have made a set. Oh, that's so fun.
God.
The only thing that can make tonight better is that somebody eventually plays pocket fours and then just drills the four.
That would be that would be the saltiest. Wow. So I would have 2 sets today.
Yeah.
They did not want to play them. And actually, that's the funny thing is both spots where I could see the fives continuing. You know, maybe Isaac flats here. You know, the guy Artur obviously could have opened with that big stack, and no, just gone. It's never happening. Ah, funny. Wow.
What do you
best
think of
handful.
Arthur's avatar? That's Venom, right?
Yeah, that's Venom for sure.
Do you like it?
I mean, it's okay. It's scary looking. I don't know why he picked it though. It just seems
Yeah.
kind of weird, right?
It doesn't. First of all, I don't think it suits him. If I think of Artur or Martirosian, I don't think of Venom. I think it's slightly disturbing. But I'm not that big on superhero movies and stuff. But I don't know. I don't like looking at it.
Yeah, Venom's one of the like funny ones. He's kind of like creepy looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goldo flops trip aces here, and bets.
So
Zagos has
you haven't watched a single superhero movie.
No, I didn't say that. I said I'm not too big on them. I tried a couple, but it doesn't really do it for me. I like some of the chiller ones, like the lead. Like when they hype them up, I'm always disappointed. But if I just watch like a Wolverine or something where everyone is like, I was like, yeah, it's actually a decent watch. Or the Captain America one, Winter Soldier or something. Like, you know, I can watch it on a plane. It's okay. But when people are like, you should watch The Dark Knight or the new Avengers movie, they always kind of disappoint me.
So what the hell do you watch then? Soccer games or something? Like a soccer movie? Is there a soccer movie? I don't think there is. There's no such thing.
There is. Obviously, there have been movies. Have you ever heard of the documentary called Bandit Like Beckham? Like David Beckham?
But I didn't know it was a documentary. I thought it was a movie.
I mean, you're putting me on the spot here.
But no, I haven't
it is a
seen
movie. Yeah, that's a soccer movie. There you have it.
Hold on. Is Zago still in the tank here with King High against? Is it because he's up against Godo? Overbet on Ace 9 and he thinks the King High is good. We're talking about some dumb stuff, and there's like a funny pop brewing up.
It's a 13 big blind bet on. I mean, if he calls that with King Jack, we're talking about dumb stuff because I really didn't think that this hand was going to provide. There you have it. Isaac Haxton is about to make set. Come on, baby. Because Ace Deuce defense as well. You know it. Oh, yes. Haxton, mate.
Now we got to see a flop to make it even better. These are flopping hands. Yeah, these are flopping hands.
This would have been so perfect to really just put you on live tilt.
It would be, though, actually, like the 2 times. Drop a flop.
But I guess if he folds fives. To be fair, the fives have been making way more sets than the fours. They just don't play him.
yeah, for sure. Did you actually look it up?
What?
If Bend It Like Beckham is a documentary.
Yeah, no, it's a movie. I told you.
So it is a documentary.
No, it's a movie.
It's a movie. That's right.
Yeah, that's what it's. Yeah. So you asked me, is there a soccer movie? Well, yes, technically that qualifies as a soccer movie. Ace Queen, Artur is gonna play, but I don't think he's gonna get any action.
Look, sure, Archer's been quite tight at this final table. I think that's no questions asked. But he got 3 pay jumps. If you told me, look, I just got to fold down half my stack, I get 3 pay jumps, I'll take it any day.
Yeah, because he came in 7th place. No, he came in 6th. I mean, but then you look at Goldo. Goldo came in with less chips than Artur, and look at where Goldo is at.
Goldo's crazy.
Goldo is crazy. But he is good for the poker population in Liechtenstein, mate. Ooh, sevens. Look at Bellamino. Bellamino's pretty crazy too.
He just goes for it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like spots where like, oh, it seems like maybe it's a little bit too many big blinds. He's like, it's enough big blinds. It doesn't matter. I'm all in as long as it's plus CV.
Yep. Don't forget that the two guys that satellited their way into the 10K in the first place are Bellamino and Goldo. And they're both still in, so one hell of a run for them. Jack 9, King Jack. If Zagos jams here. No, wait, never mind. Sorry, I
No,
thought it
no.
was small blind, big blind. No, I thought it was small blind, big blind. He should just defend. I didn't see where the button was. I was
He's
distracted
wondering.
by.
Well, he's folds. He's basically wondering, is Artur super strong to open off that stack? It's pretty shallow, right? 10 bigs.
Pocket tens. Yes, A6 suited decides to open under the gun.
Tiny 3-bet.
You got a call, right, with your suited ace?
Yeah, it's just actually one of the worst suited aces, though. So it's kind of tricky.
Mm-hmm.
It's like literally the worst one. Can't make a straight. Doesn't matter if you make a pair of sixes, probably not.
Yeah, flop trip sixes though.
Can't actually quads, but no one's talking about that.
Oh wow! No, go! Oh my god, mate! How do you do it? Not bad. That was one hell
What
of a
happened?
call.
Post flop though. It was.
I think he just bet. I think the tens bet.
It was the fastest fold I've ever seen in my life.
Well, yeah, the tens bet, and the other guy had a six of spades on queen 10-10. I mean, a six of spades didn't have a whole lot going for itself there, so.
Was pretty funny though.
Can also flop quads, but no one's talking about that. Bam! Quad tens. Haxton has a7 of diamonds. Once more, Haxton has not been this short throughout the entire night. Let's see if he can claw his way back towards the top. And Zagos is now our chip leader. Has been for a little bit. It's been a very unpredictable evening, Nananoka. Let's keep it at that.
It's been fun though. Like, I think Goldo's our craziest player this season so far. That's, I guess.
Yep.
Delivers.
Even Bellamino, obviously, like we often talk about all the satellite guys are going to be a bit more tight because every pay jump matters so much to them. That guy's jamming King 10 like it's nobody's business and stuff, and the sevens too. Like we don't get to see that super often.
Pocket threes. Let's see.
Open, tens jam, threes fold. What? Threes
Threes
fold
out.
straight up?
Now we're gonna get a flop battle. A limp, huh? All right. He wants to limp jam these so bad. You can feel it.
Yep. And Haxton, I want to. Oh wow! What? How is this flop this good for Isaac Haxton? Flop stop pair and the 10 high flush draw. What?
Yeah, it's just it's very hard for him to lose.
You ever wonder if poker is fair or not? Just look at. Fuck man, that's an ugly board for pocket tens, isn't it?
Yeah. See, you got four flush here. Probably gonna check. Most people don't bet four flush on turn when they got this kind of a club, but I don't know what Haxton's game plan is. Checks. Well, we know Haxton will never fold to any bet. Just wondering, would he bet this river? I think he will go for a small bet. I think he can get called by worse for sure. There are a decent amount of worse clubs. It is a limp pot, so the small blind can have all those random clubs.
Yeah.
Even the 3 clubs.
Hoping for like the 9 or the 8, maybe the 5, but very tiny bet. 100k, 110, 90k. Bellamino folds immediately. I've never seen a man play tens that passive, and it actually worked out very well because that was the worst flop that he possibly could have gone up against. Not only did Haxton flop the queen, he also flopped the 10-eye flush run turn the flush.
Sousa's need to fix that internet with these prices.
Yeah, he needs to stop playing Wi-Fi on Wi-Fi, mate. I swear, whenever I see this happening, I'm just like, you guys playing on Wi-Fi? You're playing for literally hundreds and thousands of dollars, and you're playing on Wi-Fi. And then I have a Ukrainian friend who dukes it out in $100 StarCraft 2 tournaments, and he's got 3 internet connections. Not 1, not 2, but 3 in case he lags or disconnects. And these guys are playing for 100K plus on Wi-Fi, walking around with the laptop in the hand. Battery is running low. I get anxiety when I see it. I was like, oh my God, plug it in, plug a cable in that thing. What are you guys doing?
Yeah, it's funny. Pretty right. Let's see, Blare's spot. Actually, quite interesting. Okay, well, that was quite interesting. Isaac. This guy, man, he's so solid. He just chip stacks doesn't change much. But he's gonna have 2 million chips at the end of his hand. Doesn't he start with 2 million?
Yep. He came in with 2.1, 2.
So who else had the 2 million? Sergey, Jerby, is that right? Is
Yep.
it one of them?
Yep. Jerby is gone.
Who's the fourth
Zagos makes the call here, by the way. Zagos also had 2 million.
I see. Yeah, he snap called. Zagos plays pretty quick, huh?
Mm-hmm. I feel like most of the Hungarian guys do. Also in PLO. Pretty crazy. Haxton made a very tiny bet here. Zagos may actually consider this one, where he's like, diamonds didn't get there. Yep. Makes the call. So that's actually turns into a more than reasonable pot for Mr. Haxton. He's back up to 2.1 million, and that's going to do it. It is time for our second break of the evening. We've lost 2 players this hour. The 2 shorties, Thomas Mulaker and Anatoly Filatov, have said goodbye to us in pretty heartbreaking ways, to be fair. And we're going to take 4 minutes and 40 seconds, and then we'll be back with our number 3 of the High Roller Super Millions. If you guys are enjoying the show, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GGPoker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Melky was waiting to come back to the final table.
Radar holds things. Oh my.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Welcome back, everyone, to hour 3 of the High Roller Super Millions, our weekly 10K, where we are down to 6. We've lost only 3 players so far. I have the feeling we're about to lose a few more. I think this is where things will start heating up. Could be a long one. Who do you think is going to take it, Nanonoko, with 6 guys left?
I mean, given this current stack situation, like I think Isaac Haxton's still looking really good. But something tells me Godo is gonna make something happen. I'm looking at Godo.
I'm mostly worried about Zagos. I think Zagos, because when you win those hands on the river with where he spiked the 10, I feel like that's often how people just end up winning tournaments because, you know, they have a big stack at that point and then it just continues and everything goes well. You tend to forget about the one hand when they were one card away from being eliminated of the tournament.
Yeah, I hear you for sure, right? Because he actually got down to what a million or so. Yeah, it's backing it, but it's anyone's game, really. Because actually the stacks are quite close. 4 guys, still very similar stacks. Bellarino not too far off.
Artur is really busy playing the 215 Bounty King today, or
That's like the perfect time to bring that one up too.
Yeah. I mean, I know it's a 315 Bounty King, guys. Probably a 210 special as well. Maybe a 105 speed racer. Artur is no stranger to any of them.
He's like, yeah. He probably is playing something else, isn't he? That's like some vibes I'm getting.
For sure.
All right, let's see. Godo. Raised so tiny from the big blind. Got his opponent to call a 7-6 offsuit.
I'm actually really tempted because I know that the 315 Bounty King is going on right now. I'm going to open the client and I'm going to see if Artur is playing the 315 Bounty King.
You got to check.
I think the answer is yes.
Check it out. No, that's worthy of checking out.
It's loading. You have to tell me what's happening in that tournament because I can't do everything at the same time.
That's all good. I'm just waiting for Godo to pounce on people. Ace Queen for Sergey. Zagos has got King 5 suited. It's a pretty reasonable hand to open as a chip leader, I would say. People tend to give you some credit. Sergey's been flatting these hands. I think you like a 3-bet. You've been talking about, hey, you should 3-bet these hands, especially against Zagos. Zagos kind of been getting a little bit too easy, but he's going to flat call. Sergey likes to see some flops. Of course, ace 3 suited's a flopping hand too. Just nothing.
Artur is not playing the 315 Bounty King. That makes me really sad.
That means he's one-tabling and just chilling.
And take a look at the 1K. The High Roller Super Tuesday 1K.
All right.
No. Damn. Artur is really going for it.
I guess maybe after he busts, then he goes plays. to be fair, like, because he's actually at the final table, right? When he's playing, normally he's playing this, he's playing all the 200s, 300s, right? Like, he's gotten nowhere so far, right? For the day, they just started, so. I like production. Artur is one tabling. Well, thanks. Hey.
I think he can call. It's not an easy call because it's obviously a pretty big bet. But the ace high does feel quite good here. But you're also worried that your opponent has a check, right?
Yeah, or even a 7, right? But Dennis, I was thinking, well, he didn't bet the flop or turn, so did he really have a 7? Would a jack bet this big? Can he have a deuce? I guess ace deuce. So I guess trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah.
Doesn't block any straight draws, which is good.
A deuce in the big blind would probably play like this.
Yeah. And he's analyzing the sizing too. Like, okay, looks like I don't got much. He's trying to move me off my hand.
Tough call for Sergey.
Tough, and he's gonna win. The funny thing, if he calls, he win half the pot. He's like, oh, I didn't expect that. Folds. Well played from Bellamino. That's a cool one. A lot of pies just check. They're like, well, double pair board.
Pocket sixes for goal, though. Zagos just continues opening a lot of hands that are all over the spectrum. This time it's Jack 8 of spades. Haxton could definitely see a flop here with 8-6 of hearts. And he does. Flop is a whole lot better for Zagos than it is for Haxton.
Was that microwave?
No, my AC. It's actually kind of cold in my room. So, like earlier today was a bit warm. So then I like to put it on. But now I was like, man, I'm actually starting to shiver. So I don't have a microwave in my streaming room, mate. What do you think I am? Some fat dude who's just like putting in snacks all day while he's playing video games? What is this? A microwave. You're so sick. Oh.
That's the first thing I thought of. I mean, yeah, you got a good point there.
I would be very concerned with myself if I ever have the urge to put a microwave right next to my work setup. Like Queen Jack versus 10-6. Queen Jack flops best, but there is a 6-high flush draw for Zagos.
Yeah, he is a pre-flop raiser, though. Probably going to try to represent that ace. No, does not, but does outdraw Mr. Haxton. Hollywood.
Zagos was the pre-flop raiser?
Yeah, it went limp raise call. So Zagos tried to exert his chip lead pressure.
I missed that point when you were talking to me about having a microwave next to my computer. Zagos will go for a pretty big bet here.
That's a huge bet for a 6 of clubs.
Yeah, that feels more like a bluff to me than an actual value bet, but
that was weird.
Takes it down.
One hell of a merge. That was one hell of a merge. I've never seen that in my life on the turn. Love it.
Like I said, mate, tonight has been a bit unpredictable. A lot of the players definitely made some plays that we wouldn't have called, even with whole cards up. Artur is real short. He's got king 4 of diamonds. This is the moment where he decides to go for it. He doesn't. It's an ugly flop for both, but kind of works for Haxton. I don't think Artur can call here. Man, Artur is so short, mate. He's so short.
He's grinding.
4 big blinds.
Not even now.
No.
He's grinding. You know, just someone might bust out the deal. Yeah, yes, everyone's got 2 to 3 million chips, but we've seen aces versus kings. We've seen queens versus aces. It could happen. He might pick up another pay jump here and there. Top pair, top kick.
I honestly thought that when Thomas Mühlacker and Filatov were eliminated, that Artur would get a little more in the mix and be like, all right, at this point, you know, we're 7, 8 big blinds. Now it's double or her bust. But apparently he's comfortable going down to 4. To be fair, he's been getting dealt a lot of garbage tonight. And I don't think Artur had too many spots to really win chips. But this honestly surprises me.
Yeah, I hear you for sure. Top pair, top kicker, deciding whether to check raise. It is a 2/3 pot bet on the flop. Um, one of those guys checked raise on the pre-show? I can't remember who it was. I think it was
The queen
Zagos.
nine. That was the queen nine hand.
Oh wow! Just calls, drills the jack. It was Zagos. I'm pretty sure to check raise the queen nine. Now that I think about it,
Yep.
drills the jack.
Versus Derby.
Value betting again. Man, I feel like you're supposed to call your base nine. Like, there's a lot of draws out there.
It's a
Like a
big bet
lot.
though.
I
It's a
know
big bet.
it's annoying, but like, if you fold this turn, like, man, you fold you fold half the deck on the turn, right? So he makes the call.
Let's check. These are the kind of hands that would really tilt me if I'm Sergey. Be like, come on, mate. You serious?
Big
Well,
buck, too.
Zagos is the first player tonight to break the 4 million chip barrier. We've got ace, queen, and nines here. And Nanonoko, small blind, big blind.
And Artur's sitting there with 200,000. You told me these two might get it in.
Will they though?
Yeah, Godo might just jam or something. Oh, this is a limp jam for sure if ace queen, if I've ever seen one.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, Goldo call. Goldo snap calls. Here you go. Artur is praying that the nines hold. The nines are holding. Is he really going to get the pay jump? Oh my goodness. No ace, no queen on the river. And we are down to 5, but basically 4. Oh my goodness, he did it. Artur actually got a pay jump with 4 big blinds. $75,000 will go towards Sergey, but he can't be happy with that coming in as chip leader. Artur just made $21,000 with less than 4 big blinds.
Dude, Sergey, man, he had 2.8 million not too long ago. He just lost it all in 2 back-to-back hands.
Yeah. I mean, not like he did anything wrong, but that ace-9 hand was pretty gross.
Yeah, for sure. But man, Artur gets a page. We're talking like he won the tournament. Kind of did for that stack size against these opponents. Wow.
If he gets another one, I'm gonna get a microwave over here, mate. That'd be ridiculous.
Dude, like, that pay jump is like winning the 315 Bounty King or whatever you're talking about, right?
No, it's probably a little more. The 315 Bounty King is a big one, mate.
It's like you won it.
No, final table, but definitely didn't win it.
All right, so 5. You did say this is the level. Fireworks happen, right? People gonna be gone. When do you think Artur commits?
I think the next hand, regardless of what he has. I think any 2 cards. Even a 9-3 offsuit, I think he goes for it.
Yeah, very realistic for sure. I think with 3 big blinds and 1 invested,
yeah,
you can't really go wrong. Maybe you fold the 2-3 offsuit.
The thing is, like, even if you fold next hand, you have the small blind. And what are you gonna do then if you get garbage, which is very possible. So I think any 2 cards here for Artur is a go. That's
those
a go.
2 cards. 2 aces.
What is happening tonight, man? Tonight is so silly.
You gotta fold the queen 10 now. You gotta fold it now.
Well, Artur probably thinks he's getting it in decent. He's like, oh, okay. Well,
that is a good
that's
flop.
a decent flop. Not a good turn.
No.
Needs a 9 and a 9 only. Nope. It's paint. Full house for the aces. Not like that really matters. Artur is out in 5th place. I mean, like on one hand, you can say he did really well because he came in 6th, right? Yeah, he came in 6th. He ended 5th. Not really well, but he's been very card dead. On the other hand, this has been the least memorable Artur performance. Well, maybe it is memorable, but the least impressive Artur we've ever seen at a final table.
Yeah. I'm a little bit extra salty too because of the pocket 5s he folded, flopped the boat. But it's a good score given. Maybe it's a good score for what he was dealt. I'm trying to recall some of the hands. I didn't really get.
He folded 8s when he got 3-bet by Goldo with ace-3 offsuit or something.
It's reasonable though, but if you're going to be the top of the bottom, guys, why not? Lots of pay jumps. I'm sure he'll be back, but when you're down to 4, You know what? 3 of these guys never been to our final table before. Never.
Oh, we might get a new champ.
Yeah, Hollywood Haxton.
Bellamino, mate, we've made $123,000. Get off Wi-Fi and buy yourself an UTP cable, please.
He's like, I'm gonna hold it. You know, it's my lucky internet.
Zagos is going to bet his king here. Snap fold by Bellamino. Haxton is all night long has been hovering around 2 million, man. Like the highest he got is 2.3. The lowest he got was 1.4, I think, not too long ago. Bellamino could be in a bit of trouble here. We know that the pros like to get a bit silly with King 6 sometimes.
Yeah, Haxton's just so solid. Like whatever he finishes today, like another good performance. Like I'm telling you, he always gets top 4 plus every time he makes the final table.
He really is. Obviously, Haxton was in for 5 bullets today, so he definitely needed a proper score. But hey, he's been getting there. Already won 7 buy-ins, technically. King 6 makes the call. Both players flop nothing, but it's now turning into a pretty big pot. What do you do here with ace queen, Nano? Little c-bet or?
It seems fine. Especially with a heart. I think without a heart, you for sure check. But really go either way.
Is Artur firing the 315 Bounty King now? He still has an hour of registration left.
That is a good question. You should tell section to check.
We'll check in an hour.
Yeah, I want to know.
Bellamino, oh my goodness. That's the King 6. Isaac Haxton makes the correct call with ace queen. Just ace high, but Bellamino finds the king on the river. Couple of brutal runouts tonight as well.
Yeah, Bella Marina. He did not expect to hit that king. Going for a big value bet here. Haxton just ace queen high.
Yeah.
I guess it's a little strange. His opponent is firing turn and river and somehow hit the king. That's what he's thinking.
Yep.
It's like, how did you really hit the king? Why did you bet the turn then?
Yeah, the line is strange, but... Oh, Haxton makes the call with ace queen and receives the really bad news that Bellamino found that king on the river. And that means that Haxton is now a short stack with 4 left. Ooh, putting a running hot there, that's almost bad minute if you ask me, but...
Yeah, it's a little bit bad, especially running hot when your opponent made a hero call. It's not like, oh, you're cooling someone, right? It's like, your opponent made the incorrect call. Let me get him.
Yeah.
We'll see though.
If you could mute people, I think I would mute my opponent after an emote like that. I'd be like, all right, that's it. That's so funny. My French friend who plays a lot over at GG, he's like, I'm getting so sick of these guys spamming emotes. It's so annoying, man. I was like, you can put on the helmet. He's like, what is the helmet? I was like, you've never seen the helmet? He's like, no. I was like, you can put on the helmet. It mutes everything. He's like, no. And then I show him. I was like, look, it's the helmet. He's like, what the hell? It's so sick. He's like, but then I can't put any emotes either. I was like, no. He's like, then I don't want to do it. Because everyone wants the ability to spam some emotes. Which I'm actually not even sure of if you have the helmet on, but I don't think you can spam emotes if you have the helmet on.
Yeah, I don't know. We did see one guy do it at our final table. I forget who it was, but that was funny because we were like, what is that? It was super cool.
Ace deuce for Zagos versus King deuce for gold, though. I mean, we had a couple of big name players, but they've all fallen. Artur is gone. Sergey, obviously no stranger to the final table at this point. He's gone. Filatov and Mulakar are gone. So we've got 2 satellite players still left in the top 4 now. And Isaac Haxton, the last big name that remains, is the shortest of the bunch with a little less than 12 big blinds.
So Goldo satellite in. Who's the other one?
Bellamino.
Oh, okay.
Both through a 1K qualifier. Zagos, man. I told you before, even before he had this big lead, that I feel like if you win those hands on the river where you find the 10, that's how the hero runs start. I feel like we've seen that quite often. Haxton opens a7. I actually would not like to see him flip here with Zagos because an ace is gone, 2 sevens are gone. I feel like King Queen is the favorite here.
I was thinking about 3-betting this. He's going to flat call. Funny stack sizes.
It's like 98% sure that King Queen flops best here. And Amino has a7 offsuit on the big blind. He makes the call. Well, a7 is still in the lead, but I really prefer King Queen now. 2 overs and an open ender. Obviously, it's hard to hit the ace, but a 9 king or a queen is still very doable. I'd be okay with betting here if it goes check check and you flop 2 overs in the open ender. Sorry,
yeah,
mate,
also you see the weakness. He is going to check, but
sorry, your internet is cutting up a little bit, so you're kind of turning into a robot, and I only hear some of the things you're trying to say.
Yeah, I saw the little message. We're good. Basically, I agree with you, Roddy.
Okay. I'm happy that we got to that conclusion. King Queen also got there, and I don't think we're too surprised about that. This is really hard for a7 to win there with the same hand, the sevens being gone. Ace Queen for Haxton. If anyone opens here, I'm gonna assume that Haxton, oh, he would love it. He's like, please jam, please jam, please jam. Please jam, Bellamino. Just jam one time, mate. You know I don't want to bust yet. You've got a lot of chips. This is where he's sitting. Jam, jam, jam.
Well, it's something, right? It's better than nothing.
Mm-hmm. Well, Haxton is wondering, if I jam, do I get called? That's what he hopes for, at least. This is actually very annoying for Bellamino, because he basically needs to pay 400k to win 1.2 million, but he obviously knows that he's in a lot of trouble. What microphone do you have, Nanonoko?
It's a Rode something.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah. I mean,
I don't know the numbers or whatever, but yeah.
I mean, they've got a lot of different models, I guess, but they have some very good microphones. A podcast, maybe?
No, it's one of those things that go into the little box. Podcast, there's a USB one, goes straight in. So I'm not trying to. NT1?
NT USB?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Something like that.
Or the Procaster. Do you have the Procaster?
No, I think it's the other one, the NT, if I recall correctly. So interested in microphone. What do you have?
Shure SM7B. It's very popular. A lot of people use it.
Are you sure?
100%. It's the same one that they use at the Joe Rogan Experience. Once you look at this model properly and you remember it, you're going to see it everywhere. They use it so often.
Okay, got it.
Zagos betting King 8 on a very random board, Jack 7 deuce with 2 hearts. Bellamino has the 8 of hearts and a little gut shot that now becomes a double gut shot.
That's a playable hand for sure. I'm just looking at the situation. I'm like, how's that? Isaac Haxton's just so much shorter than everyone else now.
Well, because Bellamino found a king on the river and Isaac Haxton hero called him with ace queen.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
You're getting older, Nanoko. The memory is failing. Because I was so impressed with you in season 1, where you would just remember every tiny detail over a 5-hour session. I was like, damn, like, you're actually really good at this stuff. It reminded me of myself in SC2, because I like to pride myself on remembering a lot of things. And now season 2, I'm like, geez, Luis, who's this old man? And I'm casting with, he doesn't remember anything.
I'm telling you, that 1 week break really destroyed me, man. But we're back.
Haxton has Jack 8 on his big blind. Decides to make the call. It's a monotone board. Ace 4 deuce.
You did say one thing in the pre-show. The Hungarians you're very impressed with. Zago, that's a Hungary flag, am I right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank God I got that right. But yeah, would you say today that agrees with that statement based on what you've seen so far?
Absolutely, mate. Like I feel like he plays a difficult style of poker. Like we have seen a lot of people be successful at these final tables, but then you look at the way they play and you're like, yeah, it's kind of ABC poker, right? I feel like Zagos is not afraid to get himself in very tricky, dicey situations. He's been very active. Obviously, he got lucky. Well, he got unlucky first with the Kings, but then he got lucky in the river. But yeah, I think it's hard to say that Zagos has not played good today. I think he's played excellent.
Here we go. Flops top two. Well, not top two. Top and bottom two.
Mate, if imagine the odds you would have gotten on predicting that 2 out of the first 4 weeks of the High Roller Super Million, a Hungarian player was going to win it. Like that would have been like 5,000 to 1, man. That would make no sense at all. Like 2 Canadians or, at least 2 Canadian flags or 2 Russians, sure, but 2 Hungarians. I feel like in the entire first season, we barely had an Hungarian winning. Maybe one, but not more than that.
What if you said a Liechtenstein guy was going to win it in any Super Millions ever? I'll be like, where's Liechtenstein? I've never heard of this country before.
Ooh, sevens. Look at Zagos, man. He's like, mate, I know that Haxton is short. Do you really want to gamble for 2.1 million chips? Mate, Zagos is cool. The Hungarians have really shown up so far in the second season.
Yeah, that's a power poker play. You're exactly right. Bellarmino's calling range goes way down when Isaac Haxton is sitting so short. Even if it's 30 big blind effective, right? Like, he's not going to call even 2 9s there. Those are going straight in the muck.
The funny thing is that Bellarmino knows it too, and he still can't do anything about it, right?
Yeah. The thing, when you're good at poker and you understand the ICM stuff, you feel... They make you feel silly sometimes, right?
Haxton could jam here, by the way. We might chop it, though. I feel like ace 3 against ace 5 is a chop.
Yeah, it is usually a chop, but it's definitely a jam.
Here we go. Someone gonna get lucky.
Not that flop. That's a chopping flop. Chopping turn.
8?
Chopping river.
8 or a 5? No, that's an ace or a
3.
deuce. 3? It could be a 3. It can be a 3. Ooh, mate. Could have been a 3. Oh, no.
You need the middle pip.
Yeah, but you couldn't see the middle yet, mate.
Was that right? You might be right.
You mean on the side? No, you don't need 3 pips for a 3. I don't think so, at least. We'll see soon if it's in the middle. I mean, I use the different cards, but I don't think you have 3 pips there.
You use the full color thingy? Like
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
I never got used to that. I always loved the classic.
I was like that in the beginning, and on some of the other sites that I played in the past, I didn't like the full 4-color decks. I was like, no, it doesn't look that pleasant. But on GG, they look really nice, and once you start using it, you just can't go back. Honestly, you cannot go back.
I mean, it definitely helps people who multi-table. It's like, obviously, it's really obvious what suited is really quickly, but
yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, if you play 5-card PLO at 4 tables, mate, trust me, it makes life a million times easier.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I'm not saying it's wrong. Okay. Anyways, ace 9 into ace 7 seems like 100% this is going in and calling.
And this should not be a chop, because 9 should play more often than not. And Goldo has a 7 too, so it's going to be a bit hard. Zagos, okay, Haxton could get a double here. Can the ace 9 hold? Can we find a 9?
It's going to hold. Look at that board. Good board. Yeah. There we go.
Just no 7. Only 2 outs for Zagos. That is not ace 7.
You got to be feeling good, Roddy. Your bet was looking slim. Now you're back in it. 1 million chips.
Mate. Zagos is at 5.3 million, and my bet has 1 million chips. What do you want me to do, man? You want me to do a handstand and celebrate? Like,
Well, he's just gonna. He got ace jack against ace 8 here. He can potentially get some more chips if someone wants to go aggressive.
I mean, if Haxton gets back up to 2.8 million or something, I'd be like, yeah, I believe. But 1 million chips is going to be very difficult, even for Mr. Haxton. Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow. Oh my god.
Okay. Can Haxton get back-to-back doubles? This time ace jack versus ace 8. There's the jack. That's one hell of a flop. There's an 8, but
Nah.
yeah, probably
Never
not,
seen it.
right?
Never seen it.
No, that's fine. That's safe. Nothing to see there.
So
That's another
Haxton
piece.
is back on that 2 million again. Man, this guy can't get away from 2 million, can he?
I don't really like that move with ace 8, to be honest, mate. Because
Yeah.
Haxton is the shortest one, so it's not like you're putting pressure on somebody else because Haxton is short. It's like you're putting pressure on the guy that's short, that's opening under the gun. I
Yeah,
find that
no.
very weird.
I hear you for sure because Isaac Haxton's opening range should be tighter. And sure, he's going to have raised folds in that spot, that stack depth, but in general, he's just not opening like these king fives and stuff like that.
There's no jack 8 open there, that's for
Oh.
sure.
Wait, it's a
Gold
top
up?
pair versus top pair. Obviously, Zagos thinks Goto's crazy because he just called a 3-bet king 5 suited out of position. He's right, but he's actually in bad shape here. Jacks might slow
So-
things down somewhere.
Yeah, that's scary, I think, for both players, man. You can see check immediately. The 3 does not change anything. Although his ace king will hold. That jack killed all the spice in this hand.
I'm surprised he didn't fire though, like on the river. Like I don't know.
Bellamino is short, to be fair, and it's just a pair.
I guess sometimes when you guys both have big stacks, it just kind of puts the just in case.
Yeah. I don't really mind that one. I think that's quite acceptable. This could be bad news for.
No,
Bellamino's
going
gonna have a hard time winning this hand because his 5 is covered and there was a queen folded. Ace 5
Yeah.
could just call. Well, some backdoors for Bellamino Souza.
Yeah, I mean you didn't hit anything, but it seems reasonable for the queen. King high board and some backdoors.
at
A
this
lot of
flop,
backdoors.
You look at this flop and you're like, the turn is a 7 or a 3 of clubs for sure. Like that, for sure.
Oh, not even close. One of the worst.
Golda is still good, but obviously his hand doesn't look
Wow.
very pretty, but he still bats out and takes it down. That almost gives him the chip lead. We've had a lot of lead changes tonight when it comes to who's the chip leader.
That was aggressive too, yeah. But never like a clear chip lead, right? Like these guys neck to neck. King 6, I think is jamming a lot. Nope.
At one point, Zagos was kind of a clear chip leader, though. I think he had like 5.6 million.
Oh,
Everybody
just for
else
that little bit.
didn't last long. Wow, Haxton honestly got like a couple of presents there, man. That's
Yeah. Two doubles, right?
Yeah.
And then, so what Haxton was on 5, you know what it all began? Because Souza, he did that little emoji you said. You said the bad manner emoji to Isaac
Yeah.
Haxton.
the running
now-
hot one.
Now he's sitting on the short stack and there's the same amount of players remaining.
Karma?
Karma, is that a thing? Emoji karma. It's a Roddy meta. This is a thing you understand. I don't understand this stuff.
Well, Haxton is probably too nice. But there are a lot of people where if Bellamino would bust now, that they would spam running hot in return. Like people take emoji meta very serious, man. I'm like,
The most important thing.
yeah. Like if somebody does like an annoying emoji where they win like a pot and they do like the you suck or something, and then a little bit later when they bust, the guy that received the you suck will probably always use goodbye. Like when they get bust out of the tournament. It's a real thing.
Maybe you suck them back. Is that a thing?
Yeah, absolutely. Like especially the Alki you suck because it's very animated. He's very serious about it.
That's the best emoji. It's like, at least for the you suck behind, hands down.
Yeah, of the three, or like Daniel, Dan, and Elke's "You Suck" is by far the best, and everyone uses that one too. But the standard one is very good. The default emotes are very good over at GG. I can't believe we're talking about emotes this long, but what can I say, guys? Emotes are really good, and they are being used a lot. Zargos flops his second pair. Bellamino Souza decides to bet Queen 7 of clubs and Ace Jack Deuce with 2 spades. Nanonoko, talk to me.
He's getting burnt with these Queen X of clubs, right? Like he pretty much just trying to pre-flop raise C-bet. But these C-bets add up, especially when we're shallow. You can just become into a shoving stack range. Does pick up nothing.
He's got 12 big blinds. He decides to check. Could maybe represent the king, but
I don't think he can
Yeah.
represent the king.
because of the ace on the board.
Yeah, he's just gonna check it back if he had a king. So if he bets here, what's he repping? Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
That's why he checks.
No, that's a good point. So Zargos gets the showdown and wins another pot. He's almost back to 5 million. Extends his lead. I wouldn't even mind jamming Jack 9 here. I feel like it's almost too pretty to fold, but you're very short.
Well, I mean, because he's been raising, right? And then
Yeah.
folding posts and making it worse for himself.
I mean, it wasn't a total jam, but kind of a jam. So A7, Ace5, 3-7. So Haxton got a double with Ace Jack against Ace8, but what was the other double again? Was it?
God, it wasn't too long ago now, was it?
No.
He had Ace9 against Ace7. I believe he
Yeah.
jammed Ace9 and Zagos had the Ace7.
Yeah, and we said Ace9 is probably gonna play because before that it was Ace3 against Ace5, and then they chopped it, so he dodged that bullet. Yeah, not bad. Golda should fold this one.
Why do we have to
You
talk
know-
about someone folding 10 deuce? Is it because he might open it? Maybe.
Because
No,
it's Golda. Let's see what Bellamina says. Okay, he just lets it go. Obviously, he had one of the absolute worst hands. Haxton shows him that he has the ace. This is where you can use few. You know, where I almost nice hand, sure. King Queen Ace 9. Haxton obviously doesn't want to give up King Queen in the small blind, but he also looks at how short Souza is. But I feel like Haxton, like obviously wants to make top 3. If he can make top 3, these pay jumps are big. But if he feels like he's good, I still think he goes for it. Ooh.
definitely. Wow, that's a big jam, but it's going to work. I mean, if you probably think the King Queen, I'm good. But this situation, like, if you are up against his Ace X's, you're still behind.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you just go.
Like if it was just a race to like 190 or 210, I believe that Haxton would actually call.
Mhm.
Mate, the timing of Bellamino, his emotes, it would actually trigger me.
He's not in the hand, but he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, I hear you.
Haxton probably wants to open, will open, but he's like, man, this Zagos guy is being pretty annoying. And annoying is just another way of saying that he's playing good.
That's a good point. Never heard it that way. Usually the annoying guy, you're just so mad at him. You're never going to give him compliments.
All right, Zagos makes the call with Jack 10 of hearts. It's an ugly flop for him. It's a very decent flop for Haxton.
Yeah, definitely very C-bettable.
Zagos, I just let it go. You don't need to win every hand, and this is just there's almost no good turn for you. The only good turns, I guess, are a king or 9 of spades or something, but or hearts. So I like that fold. See what Haxton does with Queen 10 of hearts first to act. If he raises, there is a chance that Bellamino jams
I'm trying to
or
think.
just calls.
So what you would ask is, do I have fold equity in this spot? He thinks it's pretty low because he's so short.
Mhm.
It's tricky because Axton's the shorter guy, but he's opening on first position. Yeah, I think call seems okay. But you don't fold this flop. You got to check call.
The problem. Okay, let's see. Yeah, definitely not to that sizing, right?
Yeah, you got ace high. You have backdoor straight draw. Got some backdoor flush draw.
Wow.
Or you just check raise all in.
Well played. Well played. That's a solid move by Bellamino. Looks at that board and he's like, well, if you have it, mate. But there's a bigger chance you don't. Now, if he jams 8-7, Haxton will probably call. He just limps.
8-7 would be pretty heroic. I think Haxton probably will jam here. As long as Bellamino is limping some hands, that will fold, which we know is. That is going to be a much better way to play. Because you don't want to raise to 240. He calls. You're playing 10 blind effective, and it flops. You just flop nothing.
What did Bellamino win to get the ribbon? I'm going to look it up because I know we have access to those.
Yeah, well, not the GG. Not this
Did he win a
tournament, the Super
bracelet?
Millions.
No, I know.
Someone won a bracelet, a 5K. Who was that, though? I forget.
Was it Bellamino? Yeah. Bellamino won the WSOP bracelet event number 44, the 6-handed one. But it was not a 5. No, he took second there. What did he win? High Rollers Week, event number 4. You think that counts? 2100 Omaha? That probably counts. Because it's part of a tournament series, High Roller Week.
Yeah, I think it's very possible.
Yeah. I think you get a little HRW.
Ho, ho, ho. I think this is a jam call. Nice trap with pocket jacks.
Goldo gets it in good, but needs to avoid the kings. So far, he does. Beautiful flop. Ooh, a lot of extra outs there for Bellamino. Can the jacks hold? Yeah, that should be fine. It's an ace or a very low card. You saw, by the way, there was no pip there yet. So it looks the same. The 3, the deuce, there was no pip there. It only shows up later. Because the pips are a bit...
I wasn't paying attention to that part of it, but okay.
Because you really you really questioned me before. And I was like, did I mess this up? I don't think I do. That means we're down to 3. Bellamino Souza does walk away with $123,000. I think he played pretty fun tonight. Obviously, of a $1,000 investment, Nenanoko, I think you can be very pleased with that.
I still can't believe he went out before Isaac Haxton. Isaac Haxton was like a clear 4th place finisher at that point.
Mm-hmm. Wow. The odds for Goldo to win today, by the way, 24-1.
Yeah, but not too many people bet on him, right? Because they're like, we don't know this guy.
Only $317. Be a good day for GG and poker shares if Goldo wins it. They don't have to pay out that much.
What about Zagos? What's his thing?
I mean, that would also be very good for them. For the players, it'd be best if Haxton wins because most money went on Haxton, spread across the biggest amount of players, and the odds between him and Zagos were very, very similar.
Unlikely to pair.
Yeah. You think he's thinking of raising? No, right? He's kind of calling.
Yeah, he's thinking about raising for sure. He's never folding because it's so small. It's 4 straight, 4 flush.
Wow.
That's not a 4 straight. What was I thinking? But that's impressive still.
Mm-hmm. Annoying for Haxton. Haxton has made a few hero calls tonight, and they haven't been right. This would definitely classify as a hero call. It sucks, but I think you just have to let it go because if you call here and you're wrong, you're so short. Like, you're so short. And I feel like, what do you beat other than a stone cold bluff?
Yeah. He's wondering how his opponent shows up a 5 or a flush. I think it is possible, though.
Solid fold by Haxton, but I think giving the stack sizes is almost mandatory. Do you think there is value in... all right, and then Nook's going to take a little break. As Haxton just opens up with ace deuce. I think it's dad duty. Maybe the baby is waking up. Ace deuce for Haxton. Goldo has jack 5 offsuit in the big blind. Does decide to defend. Flop is 6-3-3. Decent flop to have ace high. I don't think Haxton's super concerned about it. It's obviously not his board, but ace high could be good. I think that's actually an excellent turn for Haxton. At this point, he's not losing to a whole lot other than a random 6. Are we good, Nananoka?
Yeah, I just got a little thirsty.
Wow. You left me
What?
because you were thirsty? I was like, all right, super dad in action. He's saving the crying baby. You just walked away because you were a little thirsty. Okay. I'm
Hey,
I'm
well,
working with professionals over here. I can see that.
You walk away to close your door. How about
Before we go live.
that? All right, what happened? Did he just call
What?
Jack 5 high?
What? Goldo. Well, that's the worst card ever if he thought of making a move. What the hell was that call?
And he's
What?
leading out now.
Is he pretending he's got quads? Or a 6, I guess, but
Yeah, I have no idea. But obviously for Haxton, this is great news.
yeah.
I don't think
Never
he's gonna be
ever
worried.
folding, wondering, should I raise? Just
Whoa,
call, actually. So
just
he's
calls?
a
Okay.
little concerned about the quads.
It's like, you know what? He can show up with quads.
You know what the rookie mistake there is by Haxton? Is that everyone only has daily quads, okay? They don't have quads twice. And Goldo already flopped quad 10, so no way,
Whoa.
Nanaka.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Jack 3s. Yeah, that one way flopped. It happened so fast, but that was like so funny, like what I said with the timing.
Yeah. Haxton jamming ace deuce, and Zagos lets it go. Down to 3. Haxton obviously still our absolute short stack, but he has way more big blinds now than he had a while ago. He's actually closing in on almost 30 big blinds. The blinds will go up in 11 hands. You guys can see that in the top left side of the table. Not bad by Haxton, quite a comeback.
Yeah, top 3 finish. I don't. He's so solid when he plays. Right, our final table, he's always so solid. He's not like doesn't. He gets out of line occasionally, but since it's so seldom, like it just usually works. Doesn't give anything up really. Just nice player.
Yeah, very nice. I honestly, like, I hate it when, as a commentator, they're always like, this guy's one of the all-time greats. That's one of the all-time greats. Like, eventually that doesn't mean anything, right? If you're calling everyone one of the all-time greats. But I do think Haxton truly qualifies as one.
Yeah, as he's he's one of the OGs, like it's been around for so long, man.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder how long Haxton's been playing. I'm thinking like 13 years. I don't know, 14 years, 15 years.
I think I want to say I think it's more than that, but I'm thinking of when I started to have interest in poker. I felt like he was one of the first guys I started watching. I definitely did. It's way more than 10, that's for sure.
Yeah,
way more.
I think it's like 15 to 17 years.
Yeah,
it's a lot.
See how old he is.
Yeah, I don't know how old he is. Let me know.
Probably, I think late 30s. I think he's a bit older than me, so I'm gonna go with like 30, 37, 38 maybe. Oh, he's 35 only. Okay.
Shit, he's younger than me. Barely. I just turned.
He honestly probably started playing when he was 18, 19 though, and probably got known when he was in his early 20s. So.
All right.
King Jack. I'm gonna raise it up. I feel like we've seen a lot of great poker tonight, but we've also seen like the pretty obvious occasional misstep. Like the ace-8 jam, for instance, against the open of Haxton. I really didn't like that one. And I don't say that very often. I'll leave the analysis up to you, but I didn't like that one.
It seemed ambitious because, he could have called, see a flop, go from there. But yeah, I understand what you're saying for sure. I think Bellarmino was just kind of like pushing things a little bit more pre-flop, which, what happens is you leave it up to variance. Wow. This Haxton guy, back from the dead, is getting let into. You got to feel good soon, I imagine.
Can we make it 265 here?
He's definitely raising. There's so much to play for.
310? 304, I believe it is. Whoa, Goldo just jams Haxton snap calls with top 2. Goldo needs a 10.
Wow.
Goldo needs the last king in the deck to chop. Not even to win, to chop. That's not a king. Isaac Haxton is completely back. Oh. Wow, what a comeback by Isaac Haxton. Man, he was so short. And he is now one pot away from being the chip leader again. Wow.
So sick. He had 500,000. Godo in that last pop threw out one big blind. He let out one big blind, got raised, and was like, I don't know what to make it, so let's just put all of it in. And he lost all of it. Wow.
Yeah. That's I mean, just when I started the speech about the occasional misstep. I know, 300, you have top pair. It's nice and all, but I think that was a little bit excessive as well with King 10 offsuit. And that's an understatement.
Yeah, imagine, let's say he calls the raise like a normal person would, right? Turns a 9. Like, he's gonna be a little worried at some point. Might maybe not lose his whole stack. You know, you gotta play cautiously here and there.
Making a move here with 8-7.
Check raise mins.
Haxton calls and picks up the diamond draw. What he doesn't know is that he actually still has the best hand with King High. Sorry, mate, your internet connection was acting up a little bit again, but I think you're Gucci now. Can Haxton jam here, Nanonoko?
I don't think he'll jam because he doesn't think Godo would ever fold a queen, given how he's been playing. So now you're just putting in 2 million chips. Just call.
Okay.
Try to spike it.
Interesting, though, because he still has the best hand, but he doesn't know that he has the best hand.
I can't see Godo firing again, though. Like, honestly, I know he's crazy, but like, wow, he fires again. He check raise flop, bets turn, bets river of 8. You don't even know. Oh, it's sick.
Your internet is really acting up now. You're even a bit behind from me. But yes, that is honestly a sick play. Goldo is a maniac. Let's keep it at that. He's been very fun. He's been entertaining, but he's been playing pretty wild. You might want, I don't know if your video maybe is a bit behind. Like, what do you see right now, Nano? All right, I think I've completely lost him at this point, guys.
No, I think my internet maybe just a little. Just try. Oh.
Sorry, but when you were reacting to the bet, that bet happened for me like 5 seconds ago. We'll talk about this hand real quick, as Zagos with his ace jack obviously has the best hand here. Pot is getting pretty big, almost 10 big blinds. Makes a big bet here. Goldo doesn't want to be crazy again, so he lets this one go. That was a wild hand. It was a shame that your internet was acting up a little bit, because I could feel the excitement. I could feel the passion coming through all the way from Australia. Goldo is a maniac. Haxton folded.
Yeah.
What was the best hand? But yeah, it's hard to figure out that King High is the best hand there.
It's an insane bluff too, obviously. But we do have a break coming up soon anyways. I need it.
Yes. We have a break coming up in 2 minutes. Wow. Nice flop, Zagos. Not the first time tonight, right?
Flopping a straight?
Yeah.
I mean, Mealocker flopped a straight.
With 10-9, okay.
Yeah, wrong guy.
Ah, you're still sharp. I thought you were getting, I thought you were over the hill, but okay. Welcome back, Commander.
Welcome back, Commander. That's good. All right, let's see. I mean, if things are going to end soon, it's going to be Godo that makes it happen. I'll tell you that.
It's going to be a bit hard. Both players have ace high here. The 9 obviously is playing at this point. Zagos needs a 5 or a 7. Goldo bets. I wouldn't even hate a call here from Zagos.
Yeah, he's going to call because he thinks he's got outs to obviously a draw, and he could have the best hand.
That is not the card he needs on the river. Goldo could check here, but he ain't doing that. He's gonna bet. He's gonna bet big.
Wow, Ace 7 high. It's not a good card to try to look up your opponent. Like, if your opponent's got a straight draw, well, he's got a pair usually by now. Holding a 7, what? I don't know. I don't feel it. But I know Zog, everyone's probably got all their eyes on Godo. Like, we know this guy's crazy. Trying to figure out his game plan. They can't figure it out. So now they're like, well, I am good sometimes.
We really need to make that heads-up match happen between Goldo and Romashka, mate. That's that'd be
the
fireworks.
Invitation, though. Yeah, that'd be good for sure.
I mean, if Goldo should be down for it today. Wow, Zagos makes the call with ace high on this board. Receives and nails it. He was behind and ended up behind. Hits us with the web. Goldo hits us with the haha. And that's going to do it for hour 3. What an hour. I mean, the first 2 hours had their moments. This hour was as wild. I'm going to need a couple of minutes to recover. And then I need a couple of minutes to restore the internet connection from Australia. And we'll be back soon. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. And I'll see you in 4 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Negreanu here with some good news from the GG Poker Network. We've been preparing a promotion for the new year called GG Care. As any poker player might know, sometimes you find yourself in what we call unfortunate situations, some ugly bad beats, right? Well, that's where GG Care comes in. GG Care will take care of you with huge prize pools available every day. Let's see how you can get your GG Care benefits. Aces versus kings. Yep, all in before the flop. I mean, nobody's going to fold that, right? That's just a setup. It's a cooler. I can't imagine being, at the final table of the World Series of Poker heads up and this happening to me. It's just brutal. Bad beats should never be a thing, but they are. Thanks, GG. I flopped the top set. Very nice. Some fucking idiot chases a runner straight to suck out on me. Unbelievable. But in my darkest moment, GG Care was there. Thanks, GG. Flop the second nut set, the middle set on the flop. It's an impossible cooler. How can you be beat there? The guy has top set. Nobody's folding that. Sometimes it just feels unfair. Thanks, GG. As you can see, in the most unfortunate of situations, GG Care will appear for you. Are you curious how to get these benefits? Don't worry, you don't even have to lift a finger. First, simply enjoy the game as usual. Whenever something unfortunate happens, GG Care will be there. Secondly, when confronted with such circumstances, GG Care automatically will register you into a flip-out tournament with a huge prize. Just check the pop-up window. Thirdly, take a rest, have yourself a nap, get yourself a good night's sleep, clear your mind of all the bad beats, and when you wake up, the daily GG Care prizes will be waiting for you. That's all there is to GG Care. Pretty simple, isn't it? Just play the game as normal and GG Care will take care of you. And the prize money will only grow more and more in the future, so keep your eyes posted and good luck, everybody. I hope you don't have too many bad beats, but if you do, GG Care will be there. Thanks, GG.
Elke was waiting to come back to the final table.
Fedor holds things. Oh my God.
Michael Adamo is the best.
Welcome back, everyone, to the High Roller Super Millions, week 4 of our second season. We're down to 3, and I honestly think you can say it's anybody's game because Goldo is crazy enough to just win it. Zagos has been making a lot of plays, and obviously Haxton is one of the greats. We know that he's capable of winning it. He already won it once in season 1. Can he do it again in season 2?
I mean, yeah, that's true. He won one of the earlier editions too, if I
Yep.
recall correctly.
Yeah, week 7 or 8 or something. Pretty early on.
Well, and you got $75 on Isaac Haxton, final table betting.
Mm-hmm.
You are, if he wins it, you will have more points than me because the odds to win were better for you, obviously. It's looking good, but it's Goldo. He's the dark horse. He's ready. He's unpredictable. He's raising 9-7 suited.
It's hard to win for Haxton, this one, just because I think both of them are pretty wild. And they're really not just sitting there and letting Haxton do his thing. They're fighting back with all their force and fire and fury. Goldo flops to 7 here. He outflops Haxton. And Goldo bets so big as well. So it's not like you can make 1 or 2 slip up against him and be okay. Because he really makes the pots big. Obviously, when I say that he bets small for the first time all night long, but
Yeah, but like he could just be 2 million any second.
yeah, this could be 8. That's really small again. I actually think Haxton should call here. If you're good on the flop, you're probably good on the turn.
Yeah, that's not a good river card.
No, that's a really bad card.
He's gonna get paid off.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, Goldo maybe won the most amount he could have possibly won this hand, but it's kind of funny that for the first time tonight, he's just betting 1.5 big blinds, and he hits him with the thank you.
And he's the chip leader. Whew.
Goldo, what a legend. We're going to have a lot of accounts being created of Liechtenstein tonight. I guarantee you that, Nananaka.
Hey, I'll give you that for sure. I'm still going with there was one account. Wow, Queen 9 offsuit 3 betting, but Goldo's got him dominated. Queen Jack suited.
Queen Jack is, I feel like, too good to fold here as well, man. 3-handed. And he's got position. What again?
He calls? You would think he would fold after that, right? It's against Zagos.
Hey, I said this earlier. It's a not sure if moment.
He checked. He's confused. Usually you would c-bet the queen. What?
Oh, these guys are next level. This is even above my emoji analysis, mate. I'm not this advanced.
Wow. Zagos now. Queen 9 offsuit. Not sure ifs again. Now he's firing. It should work.
Yep. Goldo lets it go. Now he hits him with the haha. Oh my goodness. Well, I'm glad that they're having fun. They're playing for a lot of money. The one that goes out next gets 157,000, but if you win tonight, you get, I think, a little over 250,000. But it's good to see that they're still chilling and having a good time. He said Goldo was the chip leader. That lasted literally one hand.
Yeah, this is the best emoji day, I feel like. Like, I've never seen it, but I love it. They're mixing up the meta right now.
Queen 8 just calls from the small blind. Haxton folds his 5 deuce.
Correctly, is dominating his opponent. How does he know? I don't know if he's going to win any chips. Check.
I actually think Zagos could bet here because if he had an ace, his hand's almost like too good to bet on the flop. So what? And he snap calls with Queen 8. Snap calls. And now he leads out on the river. Nananoko, what are we watching?
Not sure if. I agree. Well, Goldo is a madman. Liechtenstein.
What are these hands? Haxton has ace queen. Don't think he's gonna get too much done here. Mate, I feel drunk. Watching these guys, I feel drunk.
This guy. It's not these guys. This guy. Wow, he's crazy.
He's having a blast doing it, and that's the
Yeah.
best part. Haxton flops top pair and plays it real slow, hoping that Zagos wants to get a bit out of line and donate some chips. This is kind of where you have to start betting. I think Haxton will bet maybe 120, 140, something among those lines. It was a bit bigger, 178. What's your favorite blind level, Nananoka? You haven't pointed it out.
I guess because the action's so crazy. I wanted to, but then like it was already Godo doing some craziness. He might be my favorite player. I don't know. I think he might be. I'm just trying to think. There's no one else. It's this guy.
Ace deuce in the small blind. I think Haxton will just check. Check 7 is a hand. Can flop reasonably well. Not in this case. 995 is obviously not much for Haxton. Makes the call. Another 5 rolls off. That ace gotta feel real good now for gold though. Haxton is like, I've seen this before. He's gonna hit me with a thank you emoji again on the river. Another jack 7. Man, if it wasn't for that, what was it, the 8-9 hand or whatever it was from Goldo, I feel like that kind of put Haxton in a downward spiral again, because now it feels like he's a little shorter.
You mean the one where he bluffed them? Well, I don't know if he bluffed. Oh, he's bluffing off of King High, right? But yeah. But it was a really cool hand though. Like it was ridiculous because the bluff doesn't seem like it was going to get called all the time, right? Like the guy looks like he's got a queen and gets it through.
Well, the King High of Zagos is good here. Haxton knows that if he wants to win this hand, he's going to have to bet it.
Yeah. Well, Roddy, if you do go down, you'll want to go down to such craziness. I'll tell you that. Entertainment. So is Haxton going to bet this one? Trying to represent the ace? I think he can represent the ace. It's a tiny bet.
Wow,
Nice.
It works though. It works. Very, very, very tiny. 1.1 big blinds. That's a big one for Haxton, who now picks up ace 10.
He's so solid. Got so much credit there. That was nice. Jack 6 offsuit. I'm like, is this playable? I have no idea.
For gold though, it is.
I was gonna say I didn't think it was, but you know, it's a new meta out there. Roddy, next time you stream, can you mid-hand emoji someone? Just let me know how that goes.
I mean, I do that. That is not crazy, but I don't really type mid-hand like again.
Oh, well, you do it. You do emoji mid-hand. You're saying?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Turns
like if
come
there
out.
is, yeah, absolutely. If like because like especially in 5 card, sometimes it's very obvious like what people look for, right? Because it's such a drawy game, and if people 3-bet or you get 4-bet pre-flop, what is jack
Ooh,
6 by the way?
Hey, wait, how do you hit it straight?
Oh, he found a queen on the river. That's how he did it. Also has the ace of diamonds. I want to see Haxton emote now.
Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. But he's like, I've got too big of a hand to be this funny.
Yeah.
I think he knows Godo is weak. I don't think he can go too greedy. I know his hand, I mean, it's pretty big. It's a little greedy. Yep.
Goldo blow up moment. All in.
We've seen people do these kind of things, but yeah.
Haxton wins a decent pot and he's back to 3.3 million. No, like in 5 card, there's a lot of emoji spam because there's so many, you know, there's pretty much always flush rolls. And if then like a diamond rolls off and you know your opponent doesn't like it, whether you have it or not, or if you just have the ace of diamonds, you can do like the ship hit emoji where it's like, that's what I needed. And you know that I need it because I have the ace of diamonds and you don't. There's a lot of mid-hand emojiing in five
Ah, I
cards.
see. I see. I see. Due to the tournament guys, they never expect it. That's probably literally the first guy who's ever done it.
In the mid stakes, and when I say mid stakes, I mean like the $200-$300 tourney.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of emoji spam too. You want to know something funny? Like I know you know a little bit about Boudoir. One of the most famous Boudoir players of all time. Like I'm not a big Boudoir guy. Is a Korean player called Yellow. I think he played Zerg, but I'm not sure. And when I was playing the Beta Pros last Saturday, there's a dude on my left called Yellow, and I click on it, and it said Friends of GG, and it actually linked to the Wikipedia of the Boudoir player. I was like, oh, that's so cool. And I was like, I don't think he ever watches StarCraft 2 or something, but he's a legend in StarCraft Boudoir. So I make a little Snapcam video. I'm like, hey, Yellow, what's up? I've got a carrier and a battle cruiser here. There's no response. I was like, wow, I got shut down.
That's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But maybe he didn't know how. Maybe can he speak English? Maybe not. That's why.
Ooh, Haxton with
Oh.
Ace Jack. Zagos getting crazy with King 10 of Diamonds. I mean,
don't think
that's
Ace Jack can call
34
here,
big
though.
blinds. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Because even if you call, you can obviously lose against everything. You can lose against smaller pockets. You can lose
Wow.
against the King Queens, the King. Well, you don't expect King 10, that's for sure.
Because this is a three-way even stack situation. It's really not common to see this spot. Usually you see someone make this play because someone's short and they're trying to ladder. But now it's like, it looks like
Heck.
very pocket eights heavy. Ace,
Yeah.
Jack, ace, maybe ace, queen. No, it seems like a pocket eights to me. Like when I look at this.
Yeah, I can absolutely get behind that. I know what you're talking about. Haxton is thinking about it. Can also be an ace 10 suited, right? That can be an ace 10 of diamonds, an ace 10 of...
Occasionally, it's possible.
hearts.
Goes down a little bit, I think, but wow. I don't think he knows he's doing this with King 10 suited at all. Wow,
No.
sick play.
Wow, Zagos is crazy too, man. I know we talk a lot about Goldo and Goldo being the maniac today, but Zagos has had his fair share of moments. I feel like you can make a proper highlight reel of just Zagos and Goldo tonight. This is one hell of an episode. I said this before, and I know it sounds lame, right? When the commentators of their own show are like, "This has been such a good season," you know, because it's like, yeah, you're supposed to say that because you want people to get excited and tune in, but all 4 editions of season 2, mate, I think they've been really good. Like really, really good. With a lot of high level play and a lot of just crazy plays too. Look at this 6-3 of spades on ace, king, 8-10, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds.
Yeah, but his opponent's got 2 pairs. Is Godo blowing up? Because when you bet this kind of turn, man, sometimes you just follow through because you're just thinking, I want to win it syndrome.
Yep, I want to win this hand syndrome. It's a real thing, and Goldo is currently being diagnosed, and I came to the conclusion that he's testing positive to the I want to win this hand syndrome. Haxton wins it. Like how? How did he just win 2.2 million chips against 6-3 of spades, Nanonoko?
I don't know how. He's got King 8. I don't know why I'm worried for him. Usually this is not supposed to be too worrisome. But like, I am worried.
Goldo, matey, you were chip leading not too long ago. Haxton is actually kind of chip leading. Haxton was a chip leader.
Yeah, he is technically, but I think Zagos is going to be right back up there real soon. Puts in the 3-bet.
Don't do it, Goldo. Yeah, it's King 8 offsuit.
You can get the next hand. Still got a lot of big blinds.
This would be an epic blow up in 2 hands. Oh, he makes the call.
Why?
I don't know. I'm done, mate. I don't know.
No need. Oh, he got jebaited on that flop. All right, Zagos. Are you going to check or bet? It's hard to check queens, though, on this board. It just seems... even though check is the right play against the hands up against, but he's going to bet again. Godo.
I mean, calling is out of... Oh,
my God. He raised. He's trying to represent trip jacks, but Zagos is not folding this because Godo is too crazy.
He might be concerned. Obviously,
He's
you're always
concerned.
concerned, but you're
Then
not
he's
folding.
like, "You're Godo."
If he folds here, this is the craziest hand we have ever seen. After that previous hand, obviously, like first 6 years in, but okay, there you go. And now Goldo has to fold. Oh my god. Yeah, he just went from 5 million chips to 4 big blinds. Nanonoko, what the hell is
But
happening tonight?
in both hands, he had absolutely nothing. Like
Nothing.
not even close to a cooler.
No.
And now
You
he's
know
got
how
to
we-
play 7-3 offsuit. Oh my god.
You know how we did last at the end of season 1, we made the highlight videos, right? Like best bluff, best cooler, best
Blow
whatever.
up.
We have to introduce best blow up at the end of the year, and these back-to-back hands, I think I know who I'm voting for.
Yeah, production might as well mark that King 8 hand right now. Like biggest blow up. I don't you understand?
I mean, you even said it before the hand started. You're like, I shouldn't be worried because he has King 8, but I am worried. Well, he left the hand with 4 big blinds and a no-go. Your concern was warranted.
Yeah, so he's given Zagos pretty much all of the chips.
Zagos could actually jam here. I mean, it'd be very nuts, but... All right, well, it's going to be a 3-way. Ooh,
Oh my
spicy flop.
god.
Top and bottom pair for Zagos. King high flush draw for Haxton.
The right card can actually end things too, right? Like, wow.
That's not
Okay,
the
well,
right
that really
card.
changes things a bit.
Yeah. If I'm Haxton, I'm actually just checking because you get closure anyway. Yeah.
And the one thing you got no side pot to play for pretty much. So
Mhm.
with a high card hand, you better off just checking down.
Well, this is the end of Goldo. We know that much. So Goldo is out in 3rd place, walks away with $157,000. Obviously, satellited his way in, so he turned $1,000 into 157. Awesome run, super entertaining player. Obviously, he's going to kick himself a little bit for the 6-3 of spades and the King 8 offsuit. You know the Valley Girl meme where they go to Starbucks and they're like, I literally can't even right now. That's me describing what we just witnessed. I've got nothing, mate.
Yeah, but epic player. Hey, sure it was a bit of a blow up at the end, but I'm sure he had a lot of fun because you can tell he was kind of like just chilling, having fun. Like sure he's a little tilty and blowing up, but like he made a lot of cool plays. He put in what 1K you said?
Yes.
And he over 100x'd it, right? So amazing performance. I mean, no one else can perform like that. I hope he had fun. I think he did.
Oh, I mean, if he didn't have fun tonight, he should probably quit playing poker because you're not gonna have this much fun too often. King 10 versus King 9 here. Obviously, kind of a funny flop with the 3 spades. That ace is also an annoying card, but I'm Haxton. This is heads up. I'm still feeling quite good about it. Well, we're either going to have our 2nd Hungarian champ, or we're going to have Haxton win his first High Roller Super Millions in Season 2. And then he'd be the very first player to win a High Roller Super Millions in Season 1 and Season 2. It's history regardless, Nananoka.
Man, that is true. So yeah, Haxton 2-1 is down. But you're a little bit invested here, obviously. $75 you put on Isaac Haxton, and you get what 5-1 back. You got a little leaderboard challenge with me, and Haxton, he's a professional. He used to be a professional heads-up player. I'm not sure if you're aware of that, Roddy. So he used to play the biggest stakes. I mean, of no limit hold'em heads up. So he's super experienced. He
What?
gets called by King 9 high. Everyone calling him high cards right now. Haxton.
Pretty big pot, man. 1.2 million, 12 big blinds.
This is a battle. You feeling good? You feeling all right?
I'm neutral because actually I've really grown a liking to Zagos as well. So if I don't win it, I think it's okay because I feel like he has played well tonight. And we have seen people win it in the past where it's like, boy, you got lucky, mate. Like you actually got proper lucky. I feel like if Zagos wins tonight, I don't think he got lucky. Like, sure, he got lucky on that river card, but he got it in with kings, so that's not lucky to begin with. He has played difficult poker, in my opinion. He's not afraid to put himself in compromising positions, but always found a way out of there. So if he wins it, I'll tip my fedora to him. If Haxton wins it, I think it's awesome for our show because he's a really big name, and then obviously people will talk about it. And he's the first guy to win one in season 1 and season 2. So a little bit invested, but I'll be happy regardless.
Well, you did get at least the top 2 again.
Again. I know.
You're so good at that.
Yeah. Week 1, week 3, and now week 4. Eventually, that has to end. All streaks have to end. No sets yet, by the way, for everybody who's been playing our prediction game over at Twitter and the community tab at the YouTube channel. No set with pocket 4s, no set with pocket 5s, even though 5s did make a set twice.
Don't remind me. I'm done with that for today. I don't think we're going to hit any sets, though, obviously, just given how much time is left today.
But, I mean, heads up, you do see flops more often. So if they have 4s or 5s, you are going to see a flop. You often see more than just a flop, too. So
true. Yeah, now's the time to be dealt those hands.
I feel like 4 hands in a row, Haxton is just like pipping Zagos. It's like, I've got 10-3, you've got 8-3. I've got king 10, you've got king 9. I've got 7-6, you've got 6-5.
This looks like a key pot with funny hands, right?
Ooh.
Calls the 3-bet, and the 7-6 suited is looking real pretty on this board.
Absolutely. And that's the downside of like 3-betting a hand like 6-5 of spades, right? There are some flops that are just ugly. And this is
a lot of them. A lot of ugly flops, to be honest. Excellent. Especially once your opponent continues once, like how do you win? Like and your opponent turns a pair? How can Zagos win this pot? I don't think he can.
He cannot. He actually cannot. The only way you could win is if this goes check, check, and there's an ace on the river and he just bombs it. That's the way I can see him win.
Yeah, very possible. Excellent. I think with this hand, he's going to put a little bet out there. Scoop
Should be enough to take it down.
Yeah.
Well done. That's a big one. And that means Haxton retakes the lead. That went real quick too, mate. King 9, 9 deuce. Like he just keeps... That's actually pretty insane.
It's hard to win a heads up when you keep getting out pipped like this, out kicked.
Yeah. Haxton could bump it up here. Decides to call. They both flopped up pair. It is a monotone board. Neither player has a club.
Okay, now you're feeling good, Roddy. You feel... Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry.
Thanks, Nananuka. It's okay. This pot is small.
It is going to be some chips going in, though, for sure. Especially the quality of Caxton's hand. You can get multiple bets in.
Goes for the pretty much pot-sized jack of hearts on the river. Like I said this before, we've had a lot of lead changes tonight on like who becomes the chip leader. We've had plenty of shows where somebody takes the lead in hour 1 and never lets go. It's a big bet by Haxton. I think with 2 pair here, you just call. I don't think you need to raise. You just call. And Zagos retakes the lead now. Haxton is like, oh, I guess that is possible.
Yeah, he didn't expect it to lose a 2-9, right? He's expecting maybe the jack 9, a 10-8. Like, oh, the deuce 9. Well done. He's playing the deuce 9 now, right? He flops nothing.
It's gonna be hard for Haxton to win this one unless a magical 9 rolls off.
So I'm looking over there under my webcam. You can see all that money, all those bettors on Isaac Haxton right now. 11,000. Zagos, not much.
Nope. Poker Shares is hoping that Zagos wins this one. Make a proper payday for them. Well, Haxton ain't winning this one. I wonder what Zagos does here. He obviously has a beast overhand.
Try just goes for a big bet, I guess. Try to get looked up.
Overbet, maybe?
It's possible. We haven't really seen many overbets today, and there we go.
I was gonna say 800k as well. Makes sense. I mean, imagine a world where Haxton had F4. Definitely get called.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes ace high gets called.
King 8. Haxton flops second pair. What does Zagos do with his trace? Checks it. Haxton also picks up the flush draw. Zagos has one out, the 3 of spades.
Yeah, but it's no good. No way he can call this. Wow, he called with pocket threes. Does he have a heart? No.
No.
What's wrong?
No, Nanonoko. I said he has one out.
No, but I'm just surprised because like it seems like a very thin call.
Look at this bet, by the way, by Haxton. I actually find that,
Impressive.
yeah. You think that's pure value?
Yeah, because the kicker plays, but I'm not saying it's an easy bet by any means. I think a lot of guys would just check.
Yeah.
And he went for a nice size too, where it wasn't like, please call me bet.
Haxton is high level, man. It's going to be very hard for high level Haxton to win this one, though. Zagos flops the world. Pair of sevens and the king high flush draw. Zagos is going to put some money in the pot now.
Yes. Once you see the check back on the flop, it makes sense to just start going for some value. It's quite a big bet, actually.
Mm-hmm. Not surprised that Haxton lets it go. Ooh.
It's a tough one to win.
Tables are turned. Thing is, Jack 9 actually looks reasonable heads up too, right? You're like, oh.
Yeah, you're like
I'll see.
above average.
Yeah. I'll see a flop with Jack 9. Little does he know. Well, it's obviously not a flop you love to see as with your jacks. Ace, queen, 5. Now another 5 as well. He loses against everything that's on the board. But
Yeah, it's a pretty bad board. Yeah, a little bit better.
Haxton might actually think that the board is good here.
Yeah, for sure. I think Zagos will value bet though. Try to get called by like some king highs.
Trying to get called by the board. Wow, he checks. I bet Haxton is real surprised to see jacks there. That's like one of the last things you ever expect.
Yeah,
Jacks?
for sure. Like, oh, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
Wow, that's the first time tonight. I was like, why? You can say that he's getting outfit. I was like, oh, it's my birthday. Flops, trip,
Whoa.
5s as well.
Obviously, your birthday is gonna out flop. Well, I mean, just flop this hard. My gosh.
The funny thing is, we can meme about this until next May. And then when it's the 8th of May, you're still not going to know it's my birthday. That's the funniest thing. Haxton actually going for a very tiny bet here. Zago's going for the raise. It's actually kind of nice what Zagos is doing here. Like, it's a bit gritty, but it's almost like Haxton might think, if you have a 5, you're not doing this, right? So it's actually kind of cool.
It's like the come play at me kind of play, but
Yeah.
just didn't. I think but we seen Isaac Haxton earlier, right? He called checkers with king high against the other guy, so if he had a little bit higher cards, he could call.
There are moments where I don't like it there because your hand is so good, but I actually kind of like it. Even if it didn't work out, but that's just because Haxton had absolutely nothing. Haxton makes the call here with queen deuce. Queen high is good on this board.
Does he know it? Well, is it good anymore?
Nope.
No.
Well, I think it becomes maybe a bit easier to fold now as well. Yeah, it's a pretty big bet. You have nothing. No real good river cards. It's okay. Haxton down to 4 million. Once more, Zagos almost enjoying a 2-1 lead. This has been one hell of an episode. It's been real fun. Every time you feel like it's going in a certain direction, there is like a random 3 million chip pot that changes everything.
Pretty good heads up match. These two guys are quite strong. Strong players. Some lead changes for sure.
And that graphic is actually insane, right in the bottom left. It's like the July giveaway, $8.2 million. And that just that has to do with the GGPoker tournaments, the daily leaderboards, which a lot of people grind like crazy. It's just there's so many promos running. over at GG.
Yeah, it looks like you got another 10 days or so.
I mean, there's a leaderboard challenge every day. Leaderboards is actually really fun. Some days where I've already been playing quite a bit, and I look at the leaderboard, I'm like, if I play 2 or 3 more hours, I pick up a couple $100, you know. And it's like, all right, you keep playing, but then you start getting real tired because it's 5 a.m. and I'm losing 2 buy-ins. And I'm like, what am I doing, man? I'm the dumbest person on this planet. It's like I'm trying to win $100 in the leaderboard, but meanwhile I lost 400 in buy-ins.
Yeah, well, at least you can say you won the leaderboard, I guess.
Yeah.
Mid-pair action. Out kicker's playing for sure.
Yeah, Haxton getting a little bit unfortunate in the last few minutes. Haxton,
Yeah.
less than 2 minutes left. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Makes the bet here. Zagos snap calls and will receive the news that his ace-10 is good. Wins another big one. Haxton now as short as he was when we started this heads up.
I mean, still got a lot of chips to play for.
Yeah, but we're getting in the territory where it's like, it would be nice to double. Zagos just jams ace-10. Picks up another one. I like it because I feel like right now we're reaching that critical phase where every big blind hurts for Haxton.
Zagos
If
is
Zagos folds here, by the way, like just open folds, that'd be so tilting for Haxton.
It's kind of like a momentum shove. I felt like that last one because it's quite a lot of big blinds. Just like I want to just keep pressuring you right now. Just lean on you, grind you down.
And this feels like a loss to Haxton. Like if you have queens and the guy just limp folds, it's like, it doesn't even feel good. I don't even want these chips.
Throw him back in the middle. Well, flops a flush, but not much for his opponent. Still,
yeah, but
dry enough to
ace-9
bet.
though, mate. Ace-9 in heads up. You're gonna look at that and be like, all right. Zagos just calls. It's very good news for Haxton that he didn't flop an ace or a 9 there. Haxton might bet again, thinking Zagos is sitting on 1 diamond.
Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Mm-hmm.
It's looking pretty dire for our Hollywood Haxton.
Just calls here, laying the trap. Can he get his opponent to bet again? Doesn't. Still a nice pot for Zagos. Up to 9 million in chips. 3-1 Hollywood. It's under 30 bigs now. That's not good.
Nope. You can say it.
What? Say what? Oh, it's your birthday.
You put it in my mind. I wasn't even thinking of it today. Flops a pair of 8s. Haxton flops nothing.
Yeah, I'm a little tired, but I saw the birthday. Just can't not unsee it. Really was the first time, wasn't it?
Yeah. I feel like we had no 8-5 all night long. Haxton calls here with Jack 4. What's that all about, Nano?
It's a limp pot. I guess technically speaking, Jack High is good. A decent amount. I think he will pass. He has to bet now, though. Because Zagos will randomly hit a 7 or 6 here and probably can't call a bet. So that's why he's going for a bigger bet here. Be a nice call with an 8, I'll tell you that.
Yep.
Real
I mean,
hard.
Zagos obviously doesn't want to give too many chips to Haxton in case, they get an all-in. Oh, makes the call, man. Zagos, you sicko. That's a really sick call.
Yeah.
Well done.
Jeez. How? Like how?
I don't know. I don't know.
We don't know this guy too, man. He's good. Good,
The
Roddy.
Hungarians are real good, mate.
Sorry, Haxton down to what? 15 big blinds? I can't count this one too well. 16? Yeah. Something like that.
Something along those lines. It's not a whole lot.
Haxton was a professional heads-up player. He's going to come back, Roddy. See? Just hit the queen. Got a little chippies here and there.
1 big blind bet? Or maybe 200K?
Yeah, he's going to go a little more, I think. Just hope his opponent got a 9 or 6.
Wow, overbet. I mean, Zagos did just make a hero call with the 8.
If he can fold this, I mean, he's been suspicious usually, right?
Mhm.
He's on point if he can fold this one, I think. Given how it's
Fuck, he
been playing.
will. He
Yeah,
will.
nice.
He's
On point.
real good. Zagos is playing excellent. Haxton basically needs to just get a double. You know what's going to happen? Haxton is going to get it all in with pocket fours, and he's going to get called by king, queen offsuit, and then he's going to drill a set. That's what's going to happen in Aneka.
You're asking for a lot there, mate. Anyways, 2 pair and straight draw. With diamonds. With the diamonds is what makes you continue.
Yeah.
On the flop, you're like, oh, it's not that good. Now you're like,
I think you'll throw in the one big blind.
He's thinking about raising. He's gonna call.
And
Nothing.
Give up.
Pretty much.
Zago's definitely gonna bet again, probably around 280. Oh, more than that, 400. And now Haxton can just let it go. There's really no reason. No reason to do anything. Almost 10 million chips for Zagos.
It's just been, I feel like it's just been upswinging lately.
Like, if 8-5 limps, you think deuces jam?
Gotta jam on your birthday, of course. Do it. Yeah, deuces will jam up. There's no questions asked. It's a bad birthday. All right, ace deuce will jam, I'm sure. If he's jamming all of some other hands he's been doing, he's definitely gonna jam this. 10-9 can't call.
Sometimes you want to call just because you feel like you flop good. You obviously know you're behind. Haxton is in serious trouble. Look at some chips here. He better wins his hand. If he doesn't win his heads up is over. Ooh, that's an action flop. Overcard, got a ball versus top pair.
Yeah.
Oh.
Not a good turn card for him because obviously he pit something, it has value. He's laying trap though. Zagos is just hoping the limp on the button, someone try to represent that 9, even though he's holding it himself. Takes it.
And it's working. Haxton does bet. 1.5 big blinds. 110,000 chips. Just casually makes the call. Checks again. Haxton checks back immediately. And receives the real bad news that he's now under 10 big blinds. All time to play all in or fold, mate. No more limping.
How many more chips can he win per hand and not end it? Like, he's just gone up every single hand. Now he's getting these easy shoves. It's all Zagos.
Haxton needs to just start shoving now. 100%. Well, obviously, easy jam. Ace 4 is easy jam. And 3 will let it go. I don't even want to see him defend the big blind anymore. Ooh.
Easy shoves for Zagos in these spots. And it's not like those funny ones. Like, ace X, pocket threes, king X. And this
jam call. I think jam call.
Definitely all in and call, Rowdy.
Yep.
Can Haxton get there?
I think he can. Queen 10 against ace 4. Well, that's not the action flop that we were hoping for. Haxton is drawing that on the turn. And Zagos is going to be the champ of the High Roller Super Millions Week 4. And I have picked another runner-up. $258,000 heading into Zagos' way. Honestly, a very fun final table with just a lot of craziness. Unpredictable. It was wild, but it was really fun.
Yeah, wow. Well, let's give up hats off to Isaac Haxton. He played well. Another great performance. He's got a first. He's got a second out there, a fourth. He just keeps getting top 4 finishes. He doesn't come to final tables and get 9. He just doesn't show up for the final table then, you know what I mean? But he played great. Really solid. But really, it was Godo who made the action real crazy towards the end. In the beginning, he was kind of just chilling, right? But something just clicked in his head, and then He was playing the biggest pots. There's so many big and crazy pots. Obviously, I cannot name them all, but the one that really stands out is the King 8 offsuit. He lost the hand. Calls a 3-bet with King 8. Calls a flop on Jack Jack Deuce. Min-raised the turn with 4 big blinds left. Folds to a shove. I don't know what that was, but that was blow up of the season guarantee. I don't even need to see the rest of the season. But you know what? He played for fun. He bought him for 1K, and he played for Liechtenstein, and all those new accounts are coming in from Liechtenstein. So we got to give it to him. But Zagos played perfectly today. I think you agreed. You loved it. You loved the Hungarians.
Yep. No, I really liked the way he played. Even when we were 5 or 6-handed, he was not afraid to open the Jack 8s, the Jack 9s, the Queen 10s under the gun. He was getting involved. He was in the mix. I really had the feeling the moment he spiked that 10 on the river against Filatov, that he was going to win it. And I said it at that moment, right? I feel like whenever people win a tournament and they end up like, you focus on the last hour, you're like, it was kind of smooth sailing. But you forget about that one moment where the tournament life is on the line, one river card away from being eliminated, but he found the 10 to make the straight. And, or what was it, a full house, whatever he made there, whatever he needed.
A straight,
yeah, he needed a king or a 10, he found the 10. And at that point, I'm like, I think Zagos is going to win it today. It wasn't easy. We had a lot of lead changes. We had Goldo. We had Haxton being solid. Obviously, Artur was hanging there for a long time, but he didn't do all that much. He went down to 4 big blinds. Tonight, we had so many ridiculous hands that I honestly don't even know where to start.
Yeah, no, like I said, I mean, Godo was all of the ridiculous hands, but throughout this final table, like you said, there wasn't really any dominant players. A lot of guys had the same stack, 2 million, 4 of them to start the final table. Even as time went on, like, people couldn't get to 3 million. They just kept going up and down. Short stacks would double, stacks would just go around. And, you know, eventually Zagos kind of got some speed towards the end, but it took some time. It was a bit of a fight. Even 3-handed, they all had 4 million apiece at one point. There was a hand, I don't know if you remember, Zagos 3-bet jammed the King 10 suited. Haxton folded Ace-Jack.
Ace-Jack. Yeah.
With 35, 37 big blinds. It was a tough spot, obviously, because it's 3-handed, another guy with 40 big blinds. Maybe that was the hand that changes all things. Who knows? We don't know what the run out was. But good final table. Really fun to watch. Different. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know majority of these guys, but many of them delivered today.
Yep. And I still feel there's one hand, that's the one hand I do want to talk about, that I think messed up Haxton's momentum. And that was Goldo and his 8-7 or whatever the hell it was, when Haxton had that King 9 of diamonds, and the King 9 was actually good, but obviously couldn't note it. I feel like that's the hand that kind of broke the momentum. Because at that point, I was really starting to feel Haxton again. I feel like he's on the right track. He's in the mix. He's the chip leader, but he lost a big one there. Lost over 1 million chips of his stack. I felt like he had a hard time recovering from that.
Yeah, but I mean, it wasn't the biggest. It was a reasonable pot because like 1.5. He lost like 1.3 or 1.4 million, of course, and that adds up. But yeah, no, that was a crazy play because Goldo, the Queen 3-2 check raises him. Haxton did call up the King 9 the best hand, but just backdoors. And then turn was like a little card, and the river pairs or something. And just, how did this guy bluff with 8-7 high? Like, usually you check raise the flop, sure. You bet the turn, okay, probably not the coolest play, but you know, he did it. How do you bet that river? It doesn't even make sense, because it seemed like he was getting called 100%, and he got it through. That's just Goldo for you. That's poker.
And that's the perfect way, I think, to end it. We hope that you guys enjoyed week 4 of season 2 of the High Roller Super Millions. Obviously, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that yet. We were here last week, and that had to do with the server issues that were on Sunday. And obviously, if there's no tournament on Sunday, there's no final table for us on Tuesday. But we should be here every Tuesday or Wednesday if you live in Nananoko's time zone. And we hope to see you guys here again following Tuesday. I think all 4 weeks so far in Nananoko, or all 4 episodes, season 2, they've been sick, man. And the Hungarians are coming out in full force. Next time we have a Hungarian at the final table, putting my money on that dude. Thank you guys for watching, and have a good night.
Elkie was waiting to come back to the final table.
Radar holds things. Oh my god.
Michael Adamo is the best.